What is up, gamers? I'm so off center. How's it going? What's up, Boshik? What are you up to? Yeah, welcome to another stream. Yeah, today's just gonna be probably a little bit more command stuff, and then I do want to take a look at the resource generation. I have some ideas on how I can make that a little more fair, because I know some people are angry about it, so yeah. But yeah, one thing that came through today, over to the stream, there's a negative review in Chinese. It's hard to like translate these sometimes because it really doesn't work very well. But I think I can kind of get a general idea of what the issues were. They were saying the game crashed when you deleted electric poles. That probably shouldn't happen. So I'll have to figure that out. And yeah, one of their issues was the resource point changes the position after loading a file. So I'm considering making it so that the resource positions are based off of your world seed, and so that they're always at the same position. Just so that you can kind of build your factory around the position. You don't have to worry about it changing after you build stuff, which would help the issue a little bit. And also just randomizing which resource spawns in and making its spawn system better. Something fell. Yeah, something upstairs. I don't know. There's always noises going on. And they say in the late game, when stone are not used up at all and it's too late to crush them, I don't know what they mean by that. But by it's too late to crush. But yeah, we can, I mean, that's something I do want to work on more. Wood you can now turn into coal, so that does help. Conveyor belt has been used to cover them. So I guess they're complaining that there's resources spawning around the solar panels and stuff. I don't know what this means. The satellite is a dungeon copy, and the space station is a store. I don't know what that means. I know the space station is a store. These two instructions are too weak. Maybe not obvious enough that the space hub is for trading or something. And then they're saying there's some issues with the water pump. Saying it should be a 4x4 missing a corner rectangle. And the water pump is a 2x2 rectangle. But the conveyor belt can only grab the lower two grids. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure you can grab it from any side. But I will take a look at that just in case there is some kind of issue with that. Weapons with long cooldowns also have stiffness after attacking, which I presume they mean the cooldown's too long. And lightning props are needed. Or lighting props. I guess they're saying the second dungeon is too dark. So, yeah, I can kind of understand what they're saying. It's all valid. That's one of the reasons why I want to work on the resource stuff today and get that finally kind of settled. But yeah. Satellite probably is natural satellite. Yeah, I presume that's what that means, yeah. Yeah, satellite is a... What do they say it was? Satellite is a dungeon copy. I don't know what they mean, dungeon copy. Like I'm copying other dungeons, maybe? In other games? I don't know. Hey, some person just hacked in your own account? Oh, yeah? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was logging in. Well, welcome in. Alright. So yeah, last time we did all the command stuff. Let's go ahead and take a look at our resource generation in multiplayer. So generate... Oops. Another thing we could also do, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but it seems that there is a lot of oil. What I could do is decrease the ratio between oil and land resources so that you end up with more land resources and less oil. But we'll think about that. So Debato, what's up? How's it going? So this is how I did it before. I would basically just say, wow, it's less than the cap, right? And that works okay, but I think we can do like a grid instead, and that might just help with making things more consistent. So I'm gonna say for I in range. So let's see, we need to start at the world size divided by 2 as a negative, and then go to global.generationinfo.size divided by 2. So that'll loop through the x's. I'll say for x in range. And then we're going to loop through y, which should be the same because it's a square. Actually, this has to be size.x. I'll set it up in case, you know, anyone wants to mod in different dimensions. Like you could have like a very long world, like a ribbon world, you know? Don't know how that would work with the map. It'd probably break stuff, but anyways. So what we're gonna do instead is, yeah, we're just gonna kind of change this system a little bit. So we get all this stuff down here. So this is getting a random position. This is complicated. We'll just get var raw position as a vector 2 of x and y. Then we're going to say raw pause dot snapped. So that'll snap to, I guess it's a vector 2i. So that's going to snap to the 16 grid, and then we're going to add on the location of the region. Okay. So we're just going to experiment with this first. It's going to be probably pretty janky to start off. But yeah, region ID, this will be final position and then size. There's still more I'm going to have to do in here, so it'll be fine, but yeah. So this is going to do every single tile. This is where we have to increment by larger amounts. So what we can say in here is in range for the position stuff, we can say increases and decreases by steps of S. So we can say this increases by steps of 2. So it'll like do one resource, a gap, and then another resource, as far as I can tell. And we can increase that gap to decrease the number of resources until we get it to a spot where we're happy with. So yeah, how are we all doing? I'm doing pretty good. Just chilling, went to the store. I got some kombucha. I got a big one because it's a good deal and I figure I'll drink it anyways. So yeah, had Taco Bell. Pretty epic. Yeah, it sucks that we got that negative review because now we're beginning to enter the danger zone of going into mostly positive on our overall. We're at 81%. I mean, we still got a little bit more breathing room, but hopefully we can start to bring that back. So let's go ahead and just do a new game, and I'm curious. Let's just do no water. Just a regular old 128 by 128. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, it's not happy. For X in range. So Y. Oh, never mind. That's not a vector. That's just a value. So yeah, worlds are square. There's nothing you can do about it. Sorry, I lied. Let's see how this generates the resources. Hopefully it should just be a grid. It might not have generated anything because I messed it up. Let's restart. And let's also close the other scripts. Scripts really lag the engine. I can't wait for 4.4. I know they're doing a lot of optimizations with that. Your mind is cooked? Yeah. How so? Just from school and stuff? Not family friendly stuff. Ah, that's all good. Okay, let's try this again. So no starting resource creation. It's taking a long time. Well, this is spawning at a lot of resources, so I'm not surprised. This is going to be an enormous amount. I mean, this is going to spawn in. If we have a 16,000 map, it's going to be like 8,000 resources, which is insane. Could use VS Code as an editor instead. Yeah, I mean, I've thought about it. I don't know. Maybe if it gets to like a really bad spot. Okay. I believe I see what happened here. So we didn't take into account the... Yeah. What I have to do is say this times 16. Yeah, we're fine. It's spawned a bunch of resources on top of each other. It's just kind of funny. Let's just restart that. Yeah, I think this system might work pretty well though. Because if we have it in sort of like a randomized grid. So my idea, I probably talked about this at one point, but basically here's our map. Right, and so we have like different resources like this. So how it is now, it'll just like pick a random spot every time. So sometimes you get this where there's like a bunch, and then sometimes there's like these massive voids. I figured what we could do is do a system like this, where basically we generate everything in a grid. And so we have even distribution of resources. And then what we do for each resource is we set like a randomized offset. So we do like another pass, and it's like, okay, this one will go in like random directions. So like they'll still be kind of randomized from the grid, and it won't look like a grid, but it'll, you know, it'll have like a little bit of randomization. So hopefully that'll work. We'll see. I was reading Starground's bad reviews, and most of them were just talking about not enough content. Yeah, I mean, that's to be expected, you know. The game is in early access, so I'm not surprised. That would be the complaint, you know. It does kind of suck that people buy an early access game knowing that it's early access and then leave a negative review about how there's not enough content. This is that whole thing I've said many times about how people treat early access games like they're just regular games. They don't look at early access and think, oh, it's only early access, I will be more fair. No, they don't do that. And it's fine. That's just how it is. I knew going into it that that was going to be something that would happen. So this is where we're at right now. Obviously, this is just a straight up grid, but I'm just making sure that it's spawning correctly. So one thing that's off is that the resources are all pushed in, they're like in the center. I need to see if that's let me go check here. So yeah, we just need to offset them by 8, I believe. Or maybe we either do -8 or +8. I'm not sure which one it would need to be. I think we need to do +8. So all we're gonna say here is just plus vector to I 8 8. Now, when we do the bigger resources for Tyria, the thing is we have to change that because the offset should be 16 instead. So let's go ahead and regenerate. And let's also decrease the number of resources because it takes too long. Let's do 3. 3 should be still a lot. And let's create a new world. No water. So that should be way fewer resources. And it should be in the center of the tiles, all lined up properly. So we'll see. Then once this system is kind of working, we can count up how many resources there are. I'm kind of aiming for like 384 on a default 128 map. That's kind of the quote-unquote cap. There's not really going to be a cap anymore since it doesn't generate like that now. But, so it doesn't seem like this worked. It's probably an order of operations thing, I would presume. But I'm not sure. Oh, it's because we do it by 3, and so it's gonna be weird, right? Because if we do 3 positions over, so does that mean it has to be a multiple of 2? Let me make sure. No, I don't think that should matter, because it's just 1 times 16. It might not have just updated our code. Were there patches where no resources spawn? I can double check that. I don't think there are. It might just look like it because the trees are taller and so it looks like there's a void. But let me go check. Okay, these are still offset, so... Excuse me. I don't see any gaps. These still do physics checks and to make sure that they aren't colliding with a solid collision thing. Like if we go out here to the edge of the world. Well, actually, I need to add a little bit of range around there so they spawn oil. Yeah, I don't know why it's like offsetting it way too much. Does it do it here? Oh, I think it's because we snap it to 16 again. That's our issue. Let's just say that. Dot. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I'm going to say snapped to 16. Right? And then we plus the 8 offset. Oh, does snap just have the... No, it should be fine. Snapped. Yeah. Is it because it's not a vector 2i? Yeah, that's what it is. Can I just say snapped, or does it not work? No. So I'm gonna have to convert this. That's fine. We'll just do our calculations down here. So we'll just say plus the 8 down here. So it does snapped. Yeah, plus the position, plus vector 8. Let's retry this. Yeah, just the trees bugged you? Nah, it's all good. Not enclosing I. Hold on, let me go check all this. What I think what it was is that it's because basically what I did was this. We had 16 and then we plus 8 and then we snap that to 16. So that just turns back into 16. So we have to snap it first, snap it to 16, then we plus the 8 to get 24. That was just an order of things. See, now it's all lined up. Snap 1616 is not snap vector 2i 1616. I don't think it really matters. Because position actually isn't a vector 2i. It is technically a float. I can change this to snapped I. But see, I think it's gonna cause... Or not snapped I. I don't remember. Well, no, it should all be a vector 2i. Raw position. Do I just need to statically type that as a vector 2i? Oh, that was the issue that was happening. Okay. Yeah, well, I think we're fine now. So yeah, this is spawning correctly. They're in the center of the tiles. So obviously this is a really bad way to generate because it's all weird. Oh, there are like weird gaps. Oh, so I think what's happening is that some of these resources, the stones, their collision box is technically hitting the thing over there. I know what's happening. In create resource node, when I pass in size, when it does the size check, see position, what is going on here? Shouldn't really need to do all that business. Might change that. I think the size that this is getting is wrong. Because we're changing how the position is passed in, I believe. Because we're taking into account that before. So let's see. We're creating a position minus vector 2 8 times round I size x. So see, it's doing size x minus 1. Should be okay. Oh, it's doing -1. We need to do +1, I think. I believe that's the issue. So let's go ahead and redo this. Because essentially what I'm doing, when you do a physics query like that, you get a square with 2 points. I was doing -1 over here, and so the physics shape was actually like that when it should have been like that. That's my assumption, at least. Let's see if this actually works. With all the Stardew I played, I have a compulsion to go mine those rocks. Yeah. Yeah, I need to play more Stardew. And we should be okay over here now. Uh oh. No, we're fine. It doesn't spawn on the edges. I'm not sure why. 1, 2, 3. It should spawn on the edges. Let me make sure that I'm calculating this right. So, vector 2. So it's going to be a vector 2 of both of those. So basically what we're saying is position minus. So if size is 1, we're going to say 8 times 1 plus 1. No, what am I doing? It's not plus 1. I'm just stupid, guys. Eight times 1 minus 1 should be minus 7. And then 8 times 1 minus 1, that's going to be minus 7. And then position plus 8 times 1 minus 1 plus 7 and plus 7. So it should be working. 8 times 1 because the size is 1, so... For these resources, basically the size is just the size of the resource in terms of tiles. So if you do a 1x1 resource, it's going to be these ones. Tyria has bigger resources, and that's why I have to take into that stuff into account. Before I didn't have to, but the Tyria resources are 2x2, so they're a little bit more complicated. Let's check this again. I don't know why the trees would spawn. I guess what it is probably is it's not the spawning check, it's the actual regeneration check. So if we go into these rocks and stuff, let's go into the iron rock. It's probably because this collision shape is 16 wide. Yeah. So really we should just make this 14 wide. Just so that it doesn't collide with the shore and cause issues. Same with like the rock and all that business. Actually, these might share. No, they don't. Rock, copper rock. Coal rock. Should be 14. And that should be fine for all those. So let's reopen it. Okay, this should fix our issues. And then once we have this generating and we get the proper count of resources, we can go ahead and do the randomized positions. So let's go make sure this is working normal. And I may also, inside of multiplayer, just count how many resources spawn. There's another thing we need to do before, see with this I did -8 on the size, so we should also do that. So what we're gonna say is X and Y, so we're just gonna move the times 16 out. So raw position, or no, we don't do that there, we say in the range. So that divided by 2 -8. I know order of operations, but I just like putting in parentheses so that if I ever change these again, I don't have to recalculate things. And then that's going to be +8. Same with here. -8. Oh, okay. So it should spawn in like the oil and stuff on the edges of the map now. So these should be spawning in just fine over here now, yeah. It was just that the collision shape was just a little bit too wide. It kind of looks better anyways like this, since the outline of the player kind of meshes into the rock. Yeah. So that's all looking good. The vertical should be fine. It's not gonna spawn there because it would be on the shoreline. Alrighty. I think we're good to go. So let's start counting up the number of resources until we get to the right offset or whatever. Let's go down to 6 distance. And let's stop that. I'm just going to say var count is 0, and then every time if that count plus equals 1, and at the end I'm going to print count. So let's give that a try. So that'll be every 6 tiles over. Should be a pretty good distribution. We can take a look at like the radius of the collector and make sure that seems fair. So. Adpocalypse, no! Yeah, there's nothing we can do about that one. Alright. My apologies, everybody. Ad is starting in 3 seconds. Hopefully this system will be better and just a little more predictable. See, I guess. And yeah, if I generate it with the seed, then I think... Because I think what I can use is the world seed as like a seed for the Rand F position thing, so... Why do we only have one snooze? I don't know, actually. Yeah, now that you mention it. I think actually now in Twitch you start out with one snooze and you have to build them up. It's kind of dumb. Twitch really loves making things worse for everybody. Alright, so it should have spawned in oil on the edges, just to confirm, yeah. 2 rows. Alright, so how many resources did that spawn? It did it twice. Oh yeah, 1 for Viridian, 1 for Tyria. So that's 575 resources. That is a lot of resources. The thing is that it's exponential, so when we generate a larger world, it's going to be 4 times that amount, and I don't want load times to take too long. So if we do a 256 world, you'll see that might take a while. Yeah, this might take a minute. Our other option for this stuff is to do like noise maps for resources. But my issue with that is if you don't get a good seed or whatever, your resource generation is going to be unfair. You won't be able to get all the resources, and that's one reason why I haven't done that. So, but yeah, this is looking good. Let's just go make sure everything's all good. I know it looks weird on this map, it's just because it's a big flat grid, but in a regular map there'll be oil dispersed throughout here, you know? Yeah, I mean, this all looks fine to me, I believe. See, that generated in 2,000 resources, which it does eventually get to a spot where it does start to have a bit of a performance impact. Like if I go to Profiler, we can probably see that the scripts for these, I guess it's maybe the physics or one of these things in here. The process time is really, so it's not necessarily a script function, but it's just the quantity of nodes. I'm getting the box rope by just setting the water level to 0. So it's pretty easy. So let's do a little less. Let's do every 7 tiles. And that might be just a bit more fair in terms of, well, not fair, but less laggy for big maps. Let's try that out. Ideally, I'd like it to hit like close to 256 or 384, around that range. So that one's still even a lot. That's still at 404. No, it's possible. It just appears on the mini-map that there's water, but there's not actually water. It's kind of an issue I want to fix. It's because of how I do the shore stuff. So when there's... Like, technically this is within the shore threshold, but it's not actually shore. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I know, I do need to fix that. Okay, that's still even a lot of resources. 8 might be the lucky number here. The only downside to this system is with very small maps, because you get not that many resources. Like if I load up a 32 by 32, you can see how few resource nodes we get here. So that's the only downside to this system, because we can't change the density. What I could do is I could actually change the density depending on the map scale. Like if it's extremely tiny, I could change it to be just a little denser. So maybe I'll look into that. Right now, I've never really booted up a world with it. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a map thing. I could just get rid of the shore color in the preview map so it doesn't look like that anymore, but I don't know, it's kind of difficult. I'll have to figure it out. Maybe what I need to do is like, it's less than that. I don't know, I'll look into some ways to fix that. You made a skyblock world? Oh yeah. How did that go? Oh yeah, exponents, yeah. Yeah, we can just say like, this value should, well really we need to divide it. We need to like square root it or whatever. But it has to be an integer. So I could think of a way to get a ratio for this. So var small factor. So we're gonna say global dot generation info dot size. So let's say the default size of our deal resource generation is 128. So we're gonna do, say our world size is 32. We'd say 32 divided by 128. So we want to do 128 divided by 32. And that gives us 4 times the density. So we'll say our size, well, we'll say 128 divided by our size, and we're going to clamp it from a minimum of 1 and a maximum of like 16 or whatever. We're just going to say clamp I. So hopefully that should get the number we want. And then for these, we're going to say, I guess we could do this as a float, but then it will have to round it. It's just easier to divide. Divide by small factor. So for any map bigger than 128 or equal to 128, it's just going to be multiplying it by 1, or dividing it by 1, so it won't change anything. But then once we're below 128, it'll start increasing the density of the resources. So that should help. Let's check and see how this is. Smallest size and water level 0. Oh yeah. Maybe because my FPS is bad in the big world? Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, I do need to work on more optimization. It's getting really difficult though. Obviously I've made that big change with the resources and that has helped a lot. Especially for the big maps with just the constant lag spikes every half a second for the resource generation. But yeah, for there's still a lot of other things that cause performance issues. I need to work more on movers, which is getting really difficult. Just stuff like that. Okay, let's make a super tiny world. It'll be a pure ocean world. Why not? So it should spawn in like a decent number of resources. Yeah. So these ones are incredibly dense. That might be too dense, I don't know. This is the smallest world size though, so that's like all you get. So this might be okay. So yeah, this is 4 because the minimum size is 32. Which means it's 128 divided by 32, so it's 4 times the density, so it's 8 divided by 4, so it's going to be 2 every 2 tiles. So super dense. I might make that just a little less extreme. Maybe I'll clamp it to 3, or not that way, like that. Just so it isn't quite as dense, because that is very dense. Let's try this again. What's up, Zen? It didn't seem to clamp it. Oh, I think it did, because it did 8 divided by 3. And then I got that, but it floored it. So I guess it's better just to do this stuff as a float. And then also over here, we'll do as that, but then we'll round it. So we'll say round I. And that means we don't have to divide. We can just say times. No, we'll just keep it how it is. So that should have a gap of 3 now. I think it's sort of like if you compare it to a bigger world. Yeah. I think this is a good amount. I just don't want to make it super impossible to place buildings down because you have to mine so many resources to clear out space, you know what I mean? Because if it gets too dense, it gets really annoying. So I think this is a good, seems like a good setup. And once we randomize the positions a little bit, that'll change things, so I'm gonna wait until we do that. Alright, so we're creating the resource nodes here. Now all we're gonna do is link this random generator to, let's see, how are we gonna do this? So I know you can create a new random generator, random number generator. And you can set a seed, I'm pretty sure, yeah. So you can say random generator.new var rand is that rand.seed is equal to global.generation info.seed. Right? Does that have a, like on new, does it, can you just pass in the seed? No. Oh, do you have to hash it? So now you're gonna make it look like random generating world. Yeah, we're gonna link it to the seed so that it always stays the same every time you load the save. Because I was just getting tired of, it would always be randomized. So if you build stuff in a certain way to like utilize the positions, then if it's changed, it's really annoying. So I want to use the seed for this now. It also just helps with like speed running and stuff, you know, it makes sense to have it be linked to the same seed. I'm trying to figure out though, do we have to hash the seed? Consider using a hash function. I don't think I have to worry about that. So I'm just gonna say rand.seed is equal to seed. And then how we're gonna do this for raw position is I can just set this to be offset by a random number of tiles. So I'm gonna say plus rand.randi range. And this is gonna be a vector2, vector2i. And we're gonna get 2 random numbers here. So we'll go from -1 to 1. And -1 to 1. So they should be offset by 1 tile, and hopefully it'll always be consistent every single time we load the same world. We do have to make sure on that, but we're just hoping. So yeah, eventually maybe one day I'll start integrating more things into the world seed just so that it's more consistent, but honestly it doesn't, this is the main thing, and I think after that there's not really much else I can think of. The only other thing maybe is the Tyria ruins, but they don't really matter. Like, once those spawn in, they get saved into your save, and you just load them every time after that, so it doesn't really matter. I don't think I'm gonna link it to that. Maybe one day, but it's not worth it right now. I've got other things I prefer to do. Alright, so we're just gonna do a super tiny world. Now, let's do a regular size world, actually. And we're just gonna generate this. Oh, what? It's a string? I guess it is a string. Let me reopen this. How do the bees break the resources? Do they usually use the collision box of the resource or no? So yeah, I can go into that script and show you. Basically, it's not very difficult. They use the same functions that the player uses and stuff to break things. It's just the on-hit function. Collectors are way more efficient now because of the new generation system. Because resources never go away, technically. That's another big reason why I wanted to make this change. Oops. So yeah, I can draw it out. So basically what happens is, here's the order of operations. So first step, we generate in our terrain, right? So all the terrain is generated and ready to go here, like that. Next step, we spawn in all the resources on top of that terrain, right? And so all the resources are spawned and ready to go. And then next step after that is where we start spawning in all the buildings, you know, the conveyors and whatnot, furnaces. And so it's super easy because the collectors, when they spawn in, they basically check their radius. Whatever resources are in the radius is our list. And so collectors are way faster now because they only have to ever do one check for resources and that's it forever. So once it has its list of resources inside of the script, we just have this array called resources. It runs through and checks, do we have, you know, how many active bees do we have? As long as it's less than 2, then we can go ahead and, or wait, this is the opening and closing, but yeah, it's down here. As long as we have power, if the active bees are less than the maximum bees, for every object and resources, we're going to say, as long as it's not being mined, then we're going to say being mined is true. We're going to instantiate a bee, and we're going to set the bee's target to that object. And some other stuff. We set the position, whether it's an oil bee, all that business. And then we push it back to active bees. So inside of the bee script, it's really a basic script. All they do is they have the target, the resource, reference, and they constantly just push themselves toward the resource. Once they get to the resource, the distance to the resource is less than 1. They're gonna go ahead and like check their mining timer. If the current hits is less than 1, they're gonna say inventory is the inventory data of the resource. This is checking all the efficiency research stuff, adding the amount, and then we're gonna say target on hit. And so that'll damage the resource, and if it's less than or equal to 1, that means it's like ready, one more hit to break. And so it'll hit it, break it, and then we go back to our parent because now our resource is invalid. And that's where I check up here if it's a valid resource and being mined is false. Or wait, no, that's, let's see, for instance, somewhere in here. But yeah, it works. It works really well, and bees are faster, collectors are faster. This is why, like I said in the post, like, I know it seems kind of like an arbitrary change. Like, why did I do this stuff, right? Why did I change the whole resource system? But it really improves performance in lots of ways. It offloads all the garbage we have to do every single frame while you're playing over into the ready event. So it just makes things so much faster. So it seemed like this didn't change anything. It's still a grid. I don't know why it didn't work. Did we get any errors thrown? No. So yeah, these didn't move their position at all. I'm not sure why. Let's go back into our setup. So we should say ran.seed, and then we plus vector I, rand I range, and rand I range. Oh, it's because now they're just offset by 1 pixel. I see the issue. We need to do that. It's again another order of operations thing. Okay. Yeah, these are probably offset by 1 pixel then. Bet they are. Yeah, can't really tell, but all right, let's try that again. So they should be just a little bit randomized, but they're still in kind of a general grid pattern, so they should be pretty evenly distributed. I screwed up something. Oh, wrong parentheses. Like that should be how it is. Right? Or no, I just need to do that. Let's see, what's wrong here? So we're saying XY plus random range. Oh yeah, there needs to be 1 more parenthesis. Okay. Let's try this again. And should work. Please. Please work. I don't know why they're not randomizing. Because we're saying... Yo, cheese time, thank you. We're getting the X and Y, and then we're offsetting it by the randi range, and then multiplying it by 16 after. I don't know. Not sure what the issue is. Thank you for the cheese time, sir. Is it that randi range doesn't return what I think? From into inclusive. Should. I'm gonna print out what this is every time, just to make sure it's actually working. I mean, it should be, but... Unless it's snapping to 16 again. It's printing out the same value every single time. I think we need to do -2, because I think it can't actually go to the value, maybe? Or maybe I'm just not using the random number generator right. That could be the case too. It's probably what it is. So how do I use the random number generator? Do I have to like increment the state? Is that how that works? So I think I just do state plus equals 1. That's probably what it is. So I'm just gonna say in here rand.state plus equals 1. I'm hoping that's what it is. I've never used these, so, you know, this is kind of a learning experience right now. Nope, still not working. I don't know how to use this. You set it to a new thing, and then you say rng.randf_range. Based on a time-dependent seed. Range. So it's properly produced side effect changing the internal state. Changes when calling randomized. Or randomize. I don't know. I don't know how to use these. Should be only set to values that came from the step number. No, the initialized random number generated with arbitrary input use seed. So I don't think we use state because we have seed. My assumption was that every time we called this, it would do... See, that's a time-based seed. So we don't want to use randomize. Yeah, my assumption was that it would basically just change this every every time we call it, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. So let me look this up. Random number generation. Let's figure out how this works. Getting a random number. Yeah. Random number from array. You can do pick random. Weighted random. Better randomness using shuffle bags. Okay. Random noise. Cryptographically secure pseudo random number generation. Increase the values. I could do that. See, I don't know why this doesn't work. I might look at some of these videos. But we can increase the value and see if it changes. Let's go to, like, a big number. 10. Maybe it's just the range is weird, but I don't think it is. I don't know. Do we have to increment the seed every time? Like, is it a... See, it's always 2, 7. So something's obviously wrong. I'm doing something wrong.
A random number generator, save it, and wherever you need to. And then seed, what we can do is seed now. And
okay.
Let's go 0. We'll give a random number every single time. However, in result every time. Well, it works the same every single time.
So you can set the seed.
Same output, 31.
So it'll be 31 every time.
In parentheses, then whatever string you would like.
You can hash seed or strings into it. Oh my god. I'm gonna add support for string seeds for worlds.
Set the seed, but you still want to actually receive the seed. All you need to do is print rng.seed along with the value, and we set the seed to this value. Please hit the like button, and if you...
I mean, yeah, I get that, but it doesn't show how to, like, get different values. See, okay, so every time he's clicking, he's getting a different value. That doesn't make any sense. RNG is that. And then every time he's clicking it, he's getting a new value. So how does that work then? I mean, that's what I'm doing. Saying, is it because I'm setting a seed? Is it like every time I spawn it in, do I want to increment the seed or something? Maybe that's what I have to do. I mean, let's try it. But if we ever get a seed that's at the limit, then won't that crash the game? I don't know. See, it's still not even working. Oh my god. I'm an idiot. I'm a freaking idiot. What was happening was that it was in the loop. It was in the for loop. And so every single time, it would create the same exact thing and it would restart it with the seed. And so I was just constantly using the same seed every single time. Okay. God. It's okay. My bad. See, now it's random. Okay. I feel like a fool. So you can kind of start to see, like, the direction this is going. Obviously, this still isn't quite random enough, I would say. You know, it's still a little bit grid-like. But I think if we... Wait, why is this... Oh yeah, this is printing the wrong value. I was like, wait a minute. I think if we increase up to 2 tiles away from the initial grid position, that would probably be fine. So yeah. The only thing I want to make sure of is that resources don't spawn in the same position as each other. I think that the physics check will prevent that from happening. Set water level to 0. So it's spawned in 303 resources. That's a pretty good quantity. And we can see what that kind of looks like. So I think it's looking random enough, right? It doesn't really look like it's a grid, per se. Let's actually do a zoom limit false. It does look pretty random. Yeah. But the big thing that I notice is just how evenly distributed everything is. We don't get, like... Basically, no matter where you put a collector, it'll pretty much always have a resource in the range. And so I think that's the important thing. Just to make sure that it always works. Yeah. But yeah, I think that should be okay. The only thing is on the bottom shore here, in the right shore, it's a little sparse on the resources. I think it's just because this spawns here. If I increase the range slightly, it would probably be fine. But yeah, what do you think about this? Is this looking good? I think it should help with just keeping resources more evenly distributed, so that they aren't so sporadic. Because, you know, sometimes you get spots where there's like a million resources in a little region and then empty everywhere else. Let's go ahead and take a screenshot of this map. And I'm going to regenerate it with the same seed, and we're going to make sure that it's the same. So I have an image of it there. We're going to generate again, and we're going to cross-examine. It's a good start. I think we're good. Slash zoom limit is false. So let's take a look here. Yeah, things are in the exact same positions. See, we have a tree there, that little, like, 3 there, 1 down there, 1 there, the 2 there. So yeah, this works. It means that every single time we spawn in with the seed, it'll be the exact same resource positions. Yeah. So it means that if you set up stuff, if there's like a region with like a nice little chunk of resources like down here, you can put a collector there, and these 5 resources will always be in the region. So that should hopefully help alleviate some of people's issues with the resource generation system. So yeah, thumpers, how that works, basically, we can go into one of my other seeds, like big flat, not seeds, maps. So thumpers now, how they work is they just force a respawn of deactivated resources, and I'll show you what I mean by that. Okay, so we're loaded in. Man, this save is way faster now. The new resources. I remember how bad the lag spikes used to be on this. So I'm gonna give myself plastic. And rotor. I love that I don't have to type in the ID anymore. I know, I'm sorry. So when you plop down a thumper, it'll just make all these resources in its radius respawn. The benefit of this new thing, our new grid system, it should also really help with thumpers now. So obviously when all the resources are spawned in, it won't do anything. But if we go ahead and put a bunch of, you know, collectors down, and you'll see those guys are going to go out and mine the resources, and then when the thumper activates, it's going to regenerate these resources. So watch this. See, they all regenerate in this radius. So that's how thumpers work now. They no longer instantiate new resources, which, as another side effect, means thumpers are way faster now. Everything is so much faster with this new system, honestly. It just means that there's less continual checks, right? Because I can make assumptions. I can say, okay, well, resources don't go away anymore. So we can just get the list of all the resources once, and then we never have to check again, because it'll always stay the same. Same with the collector, same with the oil rig, same with a bunch of stuff. So yeah. So yeah, thumpers are still helpful, definitely. It's good for this where you have a lot of bees, and once the thumper slams, it spawns in all the resources again. And I may even have an option in thumpers where you can do like a time offset. So, you know, you can see that this one is going every 5 seconds or whatever. Or 8 seconds, probably. 10 seconds, something like that. So what I can do is set this so that you can say, I want this one to happen on every 5 seconds, and then, like, you can have another one that's offset versus this one, if that makes sense. So you can have, like, 2 thumpers slamming down, and it spawns in things really quickly. I may look into that. Can make it so that I randomize the positions every time it revives a disabled resource. So I could do that. The only issue, though, there's a lot of issues that presents. I thought about doing it. So let's say you have a collector. There's resources that spawned in this range, right? Like this. If a resource ever exits this zone, say this resource went this direction, the issue now is you have to recalculate the nodes every single time one regenerates, which is very bad for performance. So, I mean, I would love to be able to, but the issue is just going to be the performance, because nodes can go out and they can also come in, and there's a big issue with that, right? So that's why I don't think I can really make their positions randomly change, because it would just cause too many issues like that. What I can do, though, that would help with the issue is, say you have your collector range. So say this is a tree. You have like some trees and all that business. Then you have some iron. What I can do is randomize what resource gets generated every time. So say this has been mined, now it becomes copper or whatever. And this tree was mined, next time it spawns, it's going to be a rock. So I can randomize what resource comes back every time, and that would be fine. That would be good because it means that it doesn't really matter about the positions, because the things that spawn in will always be random. And so you won't ever get that issue like you had with your collector only getting stone. Because even though it may start with some stone around like this, every single time you mine one of those stones, it's going to come back as a different resource. Maybe like some trees and stuff, or, you know, maybe some coal. So it should help with that issue. It'll just always be a random resource every time. And the same thing will apply to Tyria. Which, speaking of, I do need to go and check Tyria and see that it's fine. It might be broken on Tyria, I'm not gonna lie. It's because I don't think I took into account position offset stuff. With scale, specifically. So, I know I'm a cheater, I'm sorry. But I don't really care. This is development mode. I need processors. Processor. That's kind of epic. Speed this up, shall we? Tired of waiting. It's crazy how big Ace's burner setup. See, Ace's map has this big, like, water chunk over here. I'm assuming this is for oil stuff, yeah. So that looks pretty good, I'd say, for oil distribution. I feel like pretty much wherever you place your oil rig, there's usually around, like, 3-ish resource nodes in its radius. It's the same for the collectors, too, right? Like, it's really easy to space them out and have, like, 3 or 4 resources in one radius. So I think that's good. And even, like, if you try to put it in a really bad spot, like here, like, there's actually not really anywhere you can put it that doesn't have a resource. So that's good. It means that we won't ever have issues with people saying that the collectors don't work and stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's, like, literally nowhere I can put this that doesn't have resources, so. And see, like, this, the thumper here still works really great, because it spawns in all the resources and the bees go out again. So everything's still totally working. With the thumpers and stuff. So I think we're good. Yeah, I mean, we got a bunch of wood coming in. Alright, Tyria research is done. Let's go look at Tyria. I'm just curious to see... What? That's not supposed to happen. I've never had this happen before. Whoa, whoa. That was very weird. I don't know what was up with that. May have to figure that one out. Yeah, it looks like it works on Tyria. The only issue with Tyria, though, is that the resources are offset by 8. So you can see, like, when I put a furnace over, these are in the wrong position. I just need to do the same check I did with, like, the size stuff and make sure that it's all fine. Because, see, we used to do it down here where I would do, like, the resource size or whatever. I thought I did it. I do it for the physics collisions, but yeah. That's just changing the position based off the size, but we do need to actually fix the position with the size. So all I have to do, it's really simple. Here I'm just gonna say, for these values, I'm gonna say 8 times size.x. Oh, we can't use x? No, it's size.x. We should be fine. So we're going to say that mod 2. Let me make sure that this works. I don't think Tyria was loading. Tyria doesn't really load. Tyria just is created at the beginning of a save, and it's all ready to go. So... yeah, that was not supposed to happen. I might have made a change to some player stuff. I need to confirm that that's okay. It could be related to command stuff that I added. I'll go look at the code and see why it did that. So, what we need to say is if size is 1... Here, let's go to... So 1 mod 2 is going to be 1. And then 2 mod 2 is going to be 0. So how can we do this? Just trying to think of how. Yeah, I was going to scream about that. This is always annoying. Just cast it as an int, whatever. Or I'll say round eye. So when it's 1, I want it to not be offset. Or no, this actually totally makes sense. Doesn't it? Because when it's 1 and we say mod 2, 1 mod 2, it'll be offset by 8, but then 2 mod 2, because it's in the center, will be offset by nothing. Yeah, we're actually totally fine. So we just say that. So we'll go ahead and regenerate the resources with that now. Yeah, it seems Tyria is mostly fine. The only thing I notice in here is that there's a lot of resources because we're not multiplying it by the factor amount like we do on Viridian. We're not on Viridian, but we just had a factor thing set up down here. We still do have it. It's this thing. I might set the factor a little bit higher to that. We don't need to print count anymore. It means we don't need num nodes, and we don't need cap. So then we're just going to say create it, and I'm going to go ahead and multiply. So factor will be 1.5. So that means we'll increase the... Right, so that should go first, so times factor. So that'll say like, okay, for a regular world, so 8. And then for Tyria, it'll be every 12 tiles instead of 8 tiles because the resources are twice the size. So hopefully that should work. 4 times less, so that'll only be half as much. Let's see. So if we spawn every 8 tiles, now if we spawn 12 times 1 point, yeah, I think we should be okay here. Okay. Let's resave big flat. See, I should spawn these in the exact same configuration also. Although it'll just be spaced out more. So we'll just regenerate it and see how it looks. I don't know what was up with that Star Launcher issue. That was very strange. We're definitely going to take another look at that. Let's go to Tyria. What is happening? Oh, but then it goes. That's weird. I think there's something wrong with the signaling. I think it gets disconnected or something. Alright, that's looking pretty good. There technically are spots on Tyria where you could put a collector down that's empty. Like, well, it's kind of hard though, actually. Like here, technically that wouldn't have any around. But honestly, the thing is like, since these resources always spawn in the same spot, it's not a problem. Because if you put a collector down where resources spawn, like right here, it'll always work. It'll always respawn the resources. So we should be okay. Hopefully. Yeah, I think we'll be fine. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Star Launcher, though. I find that quite odd. What could it be? I know exactly what it is. It's too gritty. That's true, actually. I guess on Tyria, because the resources are big, they should be offset by a larger value, right? Because one tile here is less. So I think we should multiply that depending on the factor. So for raw position, I'm going to say... Here, let's create a new value. Set factor. There's going to be factor. It's going to be 2 times factor. So if we do 2 times 1.5, that'll be 3. So it should offset it just a bit more. That'll probably be okay. Those have to be negative. Alright. So they should be a little bit better now. We need to... we can just exit, I think. And I know exactly why the player issue is happening. It's because I have it, it is the command stuff I changed. I have a thing in here where it constantly sets the new physics stuff for the player in process. And that's what's happening. It's causing issues. It's like somewhere in here. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do this in a good way. Cause yeah, when we set, let's see here. I have to check as long as certain stuff is the case. So I should probably check like if not cutscene lock or something like that. So where do we actually activate the Star Launcher? I know we do it in here. Well, I could just search through and find whenever we change the... So it's right here. We set collision mask of that to false, and we're also going to say cutscene lock is true. So I'm just going to go down to that thing in the process event and say only do that if not cutscene lock. That should fix that issue. All right, let's load Big Flat again. See how things are looking. And the final step for the resource stuff will just be randomizing which resource spawns. Should be pretty easy, hopefully. Well, it's not going to be easy, but we'll see. All right, let's make sure that our Star Launcher stuff is fine. Yeah, we're fine. All right, how's that looking? I think that's okay. You know, obviously I need it to be a little bit gritty so that it does have an even distribution across the planet. But I feel like this is okay, because there's definitely like some bigger gaps in here where there's no resources. So... And there's definitely some regions where it's a little more dense, like right here. You could probably squeeze 4 in here. But, I mean, I could change things, you know? I could make it so that there are actually empty regions. It would kind of, it would change things a little bit. So, hey, Abra! Thank you so much for the resub. I really need to connect the confetti up. Maybe we'll do that today. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Subscribe for 12 months. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, you resubscribed for 11 months. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Man, that's a whole year now. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I saw the roadmap post on Steam. Excited for the future. Yeah, it'll be fun. There's a whole bunch of ideas we've got kind of cooked up over there. I'll turn off the confetti. But it should be cool. I think some of these updates will be fun. Bruconomics update I don't think will take very long. We're probably going to get started on that pretty soon. With like the entity, like the... yeah. And domesticated animals. The sex update. This hex update. Yeah. And then, yeah, if you guys have any like things that you want to see on these lists, you know, or like features you would love to see on the roadmap, just let me know. There's a couple other things I said I would want to squeeze in. Up here, Space Hub overhaul, April Fool's update, pollution, like a system for pollution stuff in Steam Workshop, and seasons. I think it would be awesome if one day it just started snowing and it got old snowy. That would be kind of cool. Right. Yeah, let me know if you guys have ideas for features that you want and stuff. Because you know, the thing is with the roadmap, it's a general guideline of sort of what we're thinking, but it's not it's not the full final plan for everything. So if you think there's things that are like you really wish was in there, then yeah, just let me know. Still a feature putting wanted posters on other players? Yeah. That'd be funny. Yeah. I don't know. I still do want to add a couple other things in. I know I talked about character customization. That's going to be kind of hard. I'm not going to lie to you all. I'm going to have to really think about that. Like, how am I going to do that? I think the plan I have for that right now is just hats. Because I can kind of make the hats work, I think. Because really the only thing I have to look for is just the bobbing. Is that broken building thing? This thing? This is the Tyria ruin. So if you break it, you get some resources. The reason for these ruins, and once you break them, they never come back. The reason I created these was so that people don't get stranded here without a space launcher or star launcher. So all of these drop the resources needed for that. There is lore, yeah. So you can get stone bricks, and then some of these are iron. So this one's iron, and then like the bulbous one is a mix of stone brick and iron. Yeah, I just figured it was probably a good idea to spawn those in so people don't get stuck, because that would kind of suck if you went here and you couldn't get back home. And you kind of soft lock your save. Alright. So yeah. That's why I added those. So you can build a star launcher and go back home. Green alert. It's weird when you look at the purple for so long and the green is like incredibly saturated. Houses would be cool. Maybe you can assign NPCs to houses to talk to them on your home base. Yeah, I've thought about like house stuff. I've always wanted to do... No. The resources are spawning wrong. Why did that happen? I mean, it must have just been the change I just made. I mean, that's offset factor. It's the order of operations, I think. It's multiplying that by size and then doing modulo 2, I think. Let's make sure that's not the case. Let's reload the save and just make sure. Hopefully that's been fixed. Built this factory but never had a home to come back to. Yeah, that'll be the tagline in the trailer for the house update. Man. I would love to add like house stuff though. I've always wanted to do floors, doors, more walls, and like interior decorations and stuff. You can kind of make like a quote-unquote house by putting down walls, but it's not a real house, you know, let's be real. So, the plan eventually, I would love to make it like, kind of like the housing in that one game, Apico, which the trees are inspired, I won't lie. Obviously, we have a different perspective on the trees, but... Apico has like where you can build like actual interior rooms, you know, like that. So that's kind of what I'm thinking for inside buildings for Starground, is you can just kind of build like a little bit of like a, you know, like an interior zone, you know. I think that would be good. But yeah. Yeah, we'll add in more floors. I mean, technically we kind of have buildings in the with the pressurized rooms, but it's not the same, so I'll get around to that. I think the only thing stopping me from doing that right now is figuring out how to load floor tiles in a performant way. Because the biggest issue is just with multiplayer. How do I send all that data over without, you know, sending a packet that's too large? And I don't want to send each individual packet because that would be thousands of packets potentially. And the other stuff is like, well, you can place them down, but, how do you mine them and stuff like that, right? It's like maybe there's like you can switch the mode on your mining laser so you can mine floors instead or something like that, right? But I'm not sure yet. Have to figure that out. Because it's easy single player, it's the multiplayer stuff that makes it really difficult. So, yeah. But I will figure it out. I just have to do more thinking on how I can make sure that all works right. I would also like to do the same kind of system with floors for landfill so that you can fill in water with land tiles and vice versa. So you can turn land tiles back into water. And that would probably be like a pretty endgame research or something so that you can eventually start to just turn your whole thing into a big grid or a big square. So I found out you can use a chessboard as a calculator. Hell yeah. How does that work? It's pretty wacky. Ugh. I don't know why that guy was saying there was crashes with breaking the Tesla coils. I know at one point that was a real issue. And it was just because I wasn't checking if something was valid. I mean, I wonder if I'm like doing that on a building I don't realize I am. You know what I mean? Like on my computer or something where I'm not checking if the Tesla coil is valid. I mean, I could check through the code and see if I can find where that would be. But I don't know. Well, let's see.
Many people's favorite duo is...
Yeah, I guess you could. You could use it as like a multiplication table. It's like binary. 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Yeah. Division. Wait for it. Yeah. You can do square roots. That's crazy. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll have to watch the full video, but... Whoa. New game dropping by Two Left Thumbs. Play the audio. Or this already come out? I don't know. No, it's not out yet. New notification. Game stutter on movement, huh? Huh. Drops in frames as it stutters. I don't know why the game would be freezing. But it's a refund anyways. When I hear that, it makes me think of resources spawning, but that obviously should be fixed with the newest version. So yeah, I'm not sure about that. Don't know why that would be the case. You're on the newest version. As resource spawning used to spikes. He's gonna refund the game anyways, but could be a potential cause. Take a look at, well, let's see. Now if there's anything I can do to help. I could ask him to send his save and stuff. Send me over your save file and or logs created in games files. Access them by clicking the folder icon in the load menu. Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard anybody say that there's the walking lag spikes, except for when we had the old resource system, so... But that's been fixed. You've never seen the Two Left Thumb Starground trailer? Oh yeah. Well, the trailer for Starground on Two Left Thumbs is the one I made. So it is my trailer, but yeah. It's right here. Tech support, yeah. Is the trailer. It's the same one I published on Big Blue Games. So, but this is just the early access trailer. We'll still do a full trailer. This is pretty old, isn't it? There's a lot of stuff in here that you can see that's like obviously like way out of date. I think this was recorded when the world was still square, which is funny. I think I still have this saved somewhere. Procedural dungeon crawling. Modular weapons. Online multiplayer. Yeah, you've probably, I would presume that you've seen it. I don't know. This stuff is annoying. People have a really short, like, what's the word? Not attention span. Not like a temper, but they really don't care about trying to fix issues, which is totally fine. I get it. It's just how it is. Whenever somebody has a problem, it's just usually they immediately refund or leave a negative review before I get a chance to actually help, which always kind of sucks, you know? But it is what it is, you know? I mean, the game's in early access, so it'll work out. Yeah, leniency or like just you know, a minute. Like, I mean, he put up a discussion post, but that was 9 minutes ago. And I, you know, it's just kind of like, it's always a bruh moment. That's one of the things that I hate most about Steam stuff, like putting games up on Steam, is how your ratings is like the only thing that defines your game. You know, like any game that has mixed or negative reviews are just gone. So, yeah, it always kind of sucks. Especially for games in early access, right? Because, like, obviously early access games aren't going to be perfectly stable. That's why it's in early access. But, I mean, I can't get too disappointed. I mean, I do the same stuff. I don't ever complain or leave negative reviews, but, you know, I get it. Because there's just so many games on Steam. I think that's the issue with just having this ocean of games to play. Basically, if any game isn't perfect, it's a bad game. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it's whatever. What's I gotta do? Okay, we got the resource generation stuff set up. I guess the next thing is randomizing the which resources spawn here. There's a couple things I'm gonna have to change for that, but hopefully we can get it working. Yeah. Competition on Steam is deadly, yeah. It is. There is a lot of competition, yeah. But it's whatever, you know. It's either Steam or itch, right? So I don't really have any other options. Epic Games is there, but Epic Games, I think, takes an enormous cut, and I think to get your game on Epic Games, it's a really complicated process from what I remember when I've looked into it. So yeah, it's whatever. I do like Steam. It's just, I think it's really tough for games that don't pull in a ton of reviews because every little review matters so much, you know? Because, like, for a game that pulls in 3,000 reviews, a negative review doesn't mean anything. So it really is a true average of what people feel about it. But when you only have 80 reviews and then one review drops your score by 2%, I think that's when it really sucks. You know? So. But yeah. It is what it is. As long as I don't drop down a mixed, I think I'll be okay. I don't know how I'm going to prevent that. I'll just have to... be careful, I guess. I think just as more content comes in, it'll hopefully, I don't think anyone's ever going to change their old negative reviews, but yeah. How am I going to get these resources to randomize? Last month for release is going to be cleaning out all possible bugs. Yeah, that's probably what, like, release update is going to be the main focus, is just bug fixing and polishing and, you know, probably tutorial stuff, just making sure everything's super good and solid. Because that's like right before the massive wave of people that were waiting for release, right? It's probably going to sell, well, hopefully sell more than it did on early access launch. We'll see. But yeah, I want to make sure I have everything ready to go for that. So that will definitely be doing some big multiplayer tests, because that's the kind of update you really want to do that for. And not just like one test, but like 5, like multiple tests. I'm definitely not going to rush for release, you know, like I'm not going to try and time it with any sale or anything because it's such a big deal. It's kind of its own event anyways. So 10 maybe, yeah, who knows. I just want to make sure everything's as solid and polished as it can be, right? So still got to work on the gameplay though. How do I make it more fun? I don't know. I think it's just more content, more things to do. Which we're slowly getting there. I think with the introduction of Tyria and new technology and stuff, that definitely helps. That one negative review did say they got there in 6 hours, which isn't bad. You know, 6 hours of solid gameplay time. So yeah, hopefully we can keep pushing that up. Ideally, we could have, like, most people spend, like, maybe 20 hours of playtime. I feel like that's a pretty solid number to aim for. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of things, because one of the things is trying to push people through early game to get to end game. Right. I feel like that could use more improvement. I think what would help with that is just having more little side activities, because early game, I think kind of one of the biggest issues is just waiting for your resources to come in, because you only maybe have 1 or 2 collectors, right? And so it's that kind of like thing of just waiting for the resources to build up for a bit. And then late game, I think it's just a matter of more research, more buildings and setups to build, which with nuclear, I think we're getting there. I haven't even really messed with space elevators much, to be honest. I haven't ever done a space elevator like build where you transfer uranium over from Tyria to Viridian and stuff. I'll probably do that pretty soon, just to try it. But sorry, there's too much personal question. Were you making any money off Starground? Yeah, I am making an okay amount. I'm not like rich off of Starground money, you know, because we're only at 80 reviews, but it's not bad. It's enough from where I can kind of not worry so much about having to immediately go get a job. I can really actually focus and dedicate some time on Starground. I don't know what's really going to happen after Starground. That's going to be kind of the thing, because right now Starground is making money because it's only in early access, so it seems like it's building up over time as we push out more updates and more sales come through and stuff. Obviously, I'm probably going to make a bunch for Christmas, because that's like the big major sale time. But yeah, it's hard to say how relevant Starground will stay after its development is over, I guess, right? Like, I don't know if as soon as we drop release, if the game is just going to die right away, or if it's still going to bring in money. I have no idea. So, but it'll definitely, there's going to be a point where I'm going to have to start really trying to work on the next game and try and make more money so I don't go completely broke. So yeah, I don't know. It's really tough in the US because median salary is like $50,000 yearly, I think. Well, it also depends on your region. The thing where I live is it's even more than that. I think in my area it's like 70,000, which is a lot of money. I mean, it makes sense. Our houses here are like 500,000, so yeah, it's a lot of money. Yeah, Starground is definitely not bringing me in enough for that. I don't think I'll ever be able to buy a house with Starground, but I don't know. My hope is that it'll just make enough so it can kind of hold me over until the next game brings in money. That's why for the next game, I'm ideally would like to make it a pretty quick development cycle. I don't know. Starground the fishing edition. We'll definitely do fishing in Starground. I think I'm actually going to do fishing for the next update, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, I don't know. It can be pretty stressful doing game development, trying to make money and stuff and financially support yourself, you know. Because it's really tricky. There's two sides. There's like the one side of it is I just want to have fun and make games that I enjoy making. But then the other side is like having to like follow the business aspect of it. It's like following market trends and getting things done in time for sales, and it's a lot of like in an ideal world I wouldn't have to do any of that, right? In an ideal world I could just purely focus on making Starground, but I can't because then it wouldn't make any money. So I don't know, it's hard. That's the thing that I kind of don't like about game development is it takes something that you're doing for fun and turns it into something that isn't fun, basically. This pattern's epic. It's like a truss. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Hopefully one day I can make enough to where I don't have to worry about it. You know. It'd be insane to, you know, like Balatro. That dude probably made millions and millions. Never have to work a day in your life again. That would be pretty sick. It's probably never going to happen, though. I think there really is a large luck component in a lot of the things like that. The right YouTubers playing the game, you know, the right timing on Steam, stuff like that. It can get exhausting to try to game the system with all that kind of stuff, you know? Where it's like, what is the optimal time to release my game? What's the optimal, you know, it's like, oh, I just want to make the game. That's kind of one of the nice things about having a publisher is that a lot of that stuff can sort of be handled. And so you can spend more time to focus just on the development. So, and Grain definitely helps with that stuff. It's not obviously not going to be the same with a micro publisher versus something like a full-scale large publisher like, you know, IndieArc or whatever. But yeah, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'm just thinking how to do these resources, because the thing is that these resources have different like code. So how do I run different code in the same resource without making it slow? And the other thing too, the big issue is that the resource spawning, or like the resource nodes are set up differently. Like the rocks have different sprite setup versus the tree, because the trees have the waving and the rocks don't and stuff. So it might be really difficult to get this all working. I don't know. I'll have to figure it out. All right, review for Starground. Let's go. It's up to you. I mean, you did technically receive it for free. It's when you mark it as received for free, the review doesn't count toward the review percentage. Oh, you didn't? Well, you did help translate, so technically you didn't. You completed services in exchange. Yeah, it's up to you. You gave it to me. Well, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's up to you. I can't tell you to do whatever, but yeah, the thing is when you mark it as free, it doesn't count toward the percentage, which is fine. It doesn't matter. I think they have that system in place so that you can't just give out a bunch of free keys to people and then they leave a positive review because they're happy that they got a free product. You know what I mean? It has to be kind of an unbiased review system for people that actually spent the money. So I get it. But yeah. How am I gonna set this up? I mean, I could have it be like where rocks randomize and trees stay the same, but that's not really the full system, is it? Right? Because the thing is like these rocks will have the same starting animation where they come up from the ground. So it would be really easy just to change the sprite on the rocks and then, you know, do that. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Mostly positive. Speaking. Speaking an emoji. Well, yeah, don't lie on review stuff. Totally, you know, be objective. Say everything, including the negatives. I don't want you guys to ever feel like you have to like leave a positive review or anything because you were either an alpha tester or translator. Don't ever feel like that. It should always be an unbiased thing. So, on this game, well, thank you. I appreciate it. How am I gonna do this? Because I would like ideally the trees and stones to swap because that's one of the big things of like. But I guess they're pretty evenly. No, because there's some regions where it's just tree. I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about how to do this. Oh, expert. I don't know, I'm having a hard time thinking about like what system would work best for this. For the resource spawning. I could do like a data table and I could store info in the data table. I could have like this is a rock type and this is a tree type. I could have like different animations that play depending on how the like what kind of resource it is, right? And so that it could work. We have tree type and rock type so that the rocks come up from the ground and the trees just wave and shrink. You know, they go from tiny to big. I don't know. It's hard to say. Get more IT Starground-ish in your opinion? Yeah. I agree. Way too much star, not enough ground. I guess I could do that. The only issue I'm thinking of right now is if we have multiple types of sprites. The problem is that they would exist in objects that don't need them. So if we instantiate a rock, for example, it's just going to have a tree sprite sitting there not doing anything, which is bad for performance. It kind of like limits the number of nodes we can have at a maximum. Because the more nodes we have, the more overhead there is. It's a pretty small overhead, extremely small. I mean, we can have easily 20,000 nodes in here without any major performance issues now. But it does have a little bit of an overhead, you know. I want to keep things running fast. So maybe what I can do is have one sprite. No, because I don't know. This is difficult. Right. And also the other issue is since these have like a reference to main sprite. I guess it doesn't matter for the breakables. And we can change the reference depending on what type it is. This is really hard. I just want this system to work. No way. Freaking rain up in here. I would love it if rain actually kind of tied into gameplay a little bit. It does in Apico, going back to Apico. In Apico, you need it to rain so that you can collect water in water barrels, and they, you can use it to make cola or whatever, like soda that you can sell for big money. But I guess I've always hated that mechanic, though, if I think about it. Because what I've always hated about that is that you have to wait for it to rain, and sometimes it can take a really long time. So I think it works for something that isn't an automation game. But yeah. I wonder if their next games are ready yet. I know they've been working on, yeah, Mudborn. I guess that's still a demo. Then I know they're doing a new game, upcoming releases. Snacktorio, yeah. It's kind of like a side-scroller automation game. Adding rain. Oh, there's already rain in the game. But I just would like it if there was an actual, like, gameplay mechanic tied to rain. Whenever I add stuff into Starground, I really want them to have some kind of function. You know? Like, even just with the stupid stuff that I added recently, like with the Christmas tree and all that stuff. I like the fact that you can actually interact with the decoration and make things appear and stuff. The water pump does not use electricity, no. I don't know where, if we have one here, no. What was that game? The game I was just looking at, it's Snacktorio. It's not out yet. But it's a game made by the people that made Apico, which I do enjoy this game. There's a fun little... It's not really an automation game. It kind of is an automation game, but it's not. Basically, you just harvest bees and convert their stuff into items for money. I do enjoy it. Sometimes the UI stuff gets kind of frustrating with having all these windows open, but I do get it. Yeah, you can ride the skateboard. I can research that really quick so we can show you. I mean, plastic, wood, and water. Let's do this. Oops. We can have a water tower building that also produces water when it rains. Yeah, I thought about that, like a water barrel thing that you could put down, and it just collects water when it's raining. It pumps out water. Right? But I don't know. You know, it wouldn't actually really be that helpful because it's so much easier to just build another water pump and not worry about it. So that's my only thing. I think if I were to add a mechanic like that, maybe I would do it somewhere where there is no ocean. Like maybe it's on like a desert planet or something and that's your only source of water. Maybe a water wheel that produces electricity when it rains. Yeah, that could be interesting too. Or like a... Maybe one thing I've always thought about is adding in wind turbines. And so when it rains, the turbines are locked to full power output. Because I figure we have solar panels. It would also be kind of cool to have turbines as just like an alternative clean energy source. So I don't know, maybe. I'll have to think about it. Again, it's that whole thing of like, I want to add in stuff that has use. If I add in wind turbines, I'm not sure if it would actually be like something people would want to build, I guess, or if it would be helpful for people. What it would be good for is like to kind of have a synergy with solar, because solar only works during the daytime, obviously. So during the nighttime, your wind turbines could kind of help lessen your need for batteries. So yeah, I don't know. I had to think about it. Yeah, let me show you. Oh yeah, I can just do this. Just create res. Scenes, skateboard. There's the skateboard. So yeah, the skateboard does work and you can kickflip on it. And yeah, it gives you a little bit of a speed boost. So that's what I mean by everything I add in, I want it to be functional. Like even though the skateboard's kind of just a stupid little, almost like a decoration, it is actually a vehicle you can ride and use, you know? I think it's fun to make sure everything has a purpose, because then you don't feel cheated. Like when you research stuff, it's like you spend all this time to unlock Christmas trees, and then when you place it down, you realize, oh, I can actually like decorate this and do stuff with it, right? Oh, my inventory's full. Because you can plop it down and be like, wait a minute. I can put epic things on here, you know? I think it's just fun to have everything be functional. So, I think it makes the game feel less like like when I add in decorations and stuff, it doesn't just feel so empty where it's purely just decoration. It does have some minor gameplay elements, I guess. This isn't necessarily gameplay, but you know what I mean. Yeah, money grows on trees is crazy, yeah. But yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it can be draining. I don't want to talk about all the negatives constantly, but sometimes it is hard to justify spending so much time on stuff. Like, obviously it's cool and epic, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. Should I just focus on finishing Starground and move to another game? You know? I don't know. Yeah. I do not know. Because really, I do need to make more money. I'm not making enough money to work on Starground forever, which is the issue. So yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll definitely work on it until release, though. Rain makes your solar power less efficient, but makes your farm plots not use water. Yeah, like I think that would be fun, right? Like, I just want there to be ways in which rain can help you and like change the game. So that rain isn't just this purely visual thing. Where it's like, okay, yeah, if it's raining, you don't have to water your crops. And if it's raining, it means that solar is lessened, wind turbines are heightened, stuff like that. So yeah. Make a Discord event for the most beautiful Christmas tree. You never know. Hey, Zenelix, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? I'll give you a shout out. Welcome in. What's up? What were you up to today on your stream? I do have juice. I have kombucha. I guess kombucha's a juice, is it? I guess I would classify it as a juice. Yeah, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, we're just working on Starground stuff. I changed some of the resource generation. Before, the positions of these were just purely random, but now we spawn them in as a grid. So we essentially, when we take a map and spawn in the resources, we spawn them in like this as a grid, and then we offset them slightly like that, and so they look kind of random, but they are in a more even distribution now. Some people are having complaints where like the Thumper and the Collectors didn't have any resources nearby to mine, so but yeah, that should help. And also, what was the other thing I changed? The resource generation's actually linked to the seed now, so it'll always be the same layout every single time you load the save, which is good. But yeah. You're so hydrating, yeah. So excited to be able to operate off player feedback so quickly. Yeah, it is nice. Just trying to make things as, you know, convenient as possible for people. It does suck though, like I'd make one small change, then that negative review on Steam is there forever. You know, that's why I'm trying to fix it so fast, because I really want to prevent cases like that. One person left a Chinese review that was like, the resources don't make any sense anymore. And so, yeah, that's when I started to realize that, yeah, this might actually be a bigger problem than I realized. But yeah, but all I can do is fix it, so. Just link more things to see, like the dungeon, yeah. I could definitely link the dungeon to the seed. Yeah. That would definitely be possible. I'll definitely think about that. It could be interesting. Yeah, I'm sure I wish there was some way you could have indicated as a dev. Yeah, fix that via the Steam dashboard and prompt the player to check again. I know. Yeah, I mean, you can leave like a reply, a developer response to the review, but it doesn't, you know, they don't care. People just ignore that stuff. So. Can I write a permanent review on Steam? Yeah, you're totally welcome to leave a review. Let's see. You should make a setting as a default saying where materials spawn randomly. So you're saying, or you're saying make a setting where you can change it so the resources change around every time you load the save. And yeah, Zen, that's the thing I was thinking about with that. It would be hard to link it to... We'd have to keep track of some number of what the current iteration of the dungeon is. But then at that point, I don't think it really matters anymore. It is kind of hard to link stuff to the seed because there's a lot of things in the game that use random number generations, and I would have to change a lot of things. It would be possible, but also I don't know if it's really something that would improve the experience, honestly. It might accidentally make things, like, too samey. Because there's cases where you want to play on the same seed, but you don't necessarily want to experience things the same way. So that would be my only concern, I guess. Yeah, level of care in that case is all-time low, unfortunately. Yeah. Already invested the remaining energy and leaving a review. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, there's not much you can really do about it, other than just try and prevent other people from leaving reviews, so... Well, not prevent, but for negative reviews, yeah. Oh, these collectors are full, yeah. But yeah, it is what it is. That's just how early access goes. So. And yeah, I don't know if you saw, Alex, we also have commands in the game now. We might have... No, I don't think we worked on that stuff yet. But yeah, we have all these different funny commands. We have TP. So you can TP around now. I can teleport to 1,000 if I want. I'm in the water. No clip. I can enable no clip if I want. We have zoom limit, so I can set that to false so you can zoom as much as you want. Like this. This sometimes could maybe cause performance issues if you zoom out and render the entire world at once, but yeah, that's fun though. What else we got? Move speed, which is fun. You can set move speed really high, so you can move super fast. One thing that I thought was fun was I set your move speed to the sprite playback speed. So if you're really fast, you run super fast. You animate really quickly. It's kind of funny. Yo, what's up, Ace? Title of the stream's back in the bottom. Let's go. Yeah, I don't know why they made that change. But yeah, we got a whole bunch of things. There's also mining speed. You can also start the rain if you want. So I have a mining speed of 0 now, so I just insta-mine everything, practically. Yeah. There is actually an issue I have to fix with that, where for some reason, sometimes multiple resources spawn in. I have to figure that out, but yeah. And we also have the create command. This command's very dangerous. Basically, what it lets you do is spawn in anything in the game files. So I can say res scenes skateboard.scene, and it creates a skateboard. So there's cases though where you can... The danger part is you can spawn things into the world that are not supposed to be spawned into the world. So I could spawn in something like... I don't know, something weird. I could spawn in a loot chest. Why not? Create res scenes loot chest. And so it creates a loot chest here. And yeah, I could spawn in the sun, like in the main menu and stuff. We can spawn in Dreadcap. Mushroom boss. So it's kind of funny. It's cool to be able to do that stuff though, so I don't know if I'll remove it. Because it is kind of fun to be able to do a boss fight on Viridian against Dreadcap, you know. So, but yeah. Yeah, I did see that bug report, yeah, on Discord where the items duplicate. I'll go take another look at it. Yeah, double item drops. Yeah, I think I can fix that. It just must be to the new system of how you break things. So, what happens if you kill him? He just dies. Yeah, we'll kill him. I have a terrible weapon. It's really easy to fight guys here because in Viridian you don't take damage. So you're just kind of invincible. So he dies and then that's it. No, the second dungeon does not spawn. I set up bosses in a very specific way so that they can easily exist in other places. Right? So like with Dreadcap, it's fine if you spawn him somewhere other than his boss room. The way I do the... Oh. I forgot that this is... Yeah. I forgot you can still ride skateboards. Feels really loud. If move speed is greater, does it mess it up? Hold on. Yeah, it does get louder. But honestly, if you moved a skateboard that fast, I imagine it would be pretty loud. So it's probably okay. Yeah, I'll stop that. All was missing is Tony Hawk trick sound effects. I know, we need to... You can do kickflips. I need to add in, like little score points and stuff. Sounds like I'm drawing. Yeah. It does sound like drawing. God, this is crazy. Yeah, the commands are really fun because it's, you know, it's like another, just a fun activity you can do. You can mess around and... Oh, I think I accidentally hit my key. Wait, my position just became not a number. Uh-oh. I can't go back to 0, 0. Why is it broken? If I set move speed to 0, does it fix it? I'm screwed. What happened? Oh, I guess we need to figure that out. Sometimes it's good to mess around with commands because you discover things that aren't supposed to happen. How did my position turn into nothing? It's just throwing a bunch of errors now. Huh. Velocity is not a number. Yeah, I wonder if it, like, if our velocity turned into something like... we multiplied it, or it went to 0 or something weird. I'm not sure. But... I guess I'll go ahead and quit. Yeah, I don't know what happened. We'll have to figure that out. But yeah, let's see if we can figure out that weird double resource dropping thing. Yeah, fix that stuff. 896. What is 896? I think that's how many resources spawned or something. I don't know. Okay, so I'd fix that. Didn't change that yet. Alright, so we gotta fix the issue where multiple resources spawn. Why didn't it quit out of the game yet? I think our game is bricked. Let's relaunch. Oh, 896 resources for 128 by 128. Yeah, that was way too many. So yeah, be careful with commands. If the numbers go too big, I think bad things start to happen. But it's... you know, I could fix that and make it so that doesn't happen anymore, but you're kind of already breaking the game at that point, so I don't think it really matters. Like, if you're gonna set your speed to insane values, I would expect things to go wrong. So it's probably okay. It's taking a long time to load. Okay. So my assumption of what's happening, let's go take a look at the resource script. Maybe this would process. So let's go into the resource object. So in here in spawn items, so we do all this stuff, get node is null, drop the items. So what's happening here is that well, this gets called from on hit, and that's up in breakable, and on hit right here. So this is basically just saying, yeah, it sets all that stuff to 0. It's because we're breaking it multiple times when it's broken. So what we need to just check is if current hits, let's see here. Spawn items before free. I guess that doesn't matter because it will delete itself. Before free, does the before free RPC, and then we spawn in items. Normally this spawn items thing will just immediately queue free it, so it doesn't matter. It's just because for these resources, it doesn't set the collision layer fast enough because it takes a frame to do it. So I'm just gonna say in spawn items, we'll only do it if we're visible. So if visible. That way it won't keep doing it multiple times because it just causes a lot of issues. So Mark, what's up? We did add commands. Yeah, they're not in the game yet, but they're pretty much ready to go. So that'll be coming pretty soon. So it'll do deactivate RPC and set it back to visible false, and that should all be good then. Now I need to check all of these different resources because I think some of them had different behavior. Like I think the basalt rock, there's one of these that was different. Maybe it was the tree. Nah, maybe I didn't. I think we're probably okay. All right, so that should fix that issue. Let's just load into a game, just a new game, and then set our mind speed to 0. Because when it's 0, it just happens every single frame, and I think that's why we were able to call the same function twice in one frame. Let's just say mind speed 0. Oh, mining speed. Yeah, now it just drops the 1, so I think we fixed it. Yeah, and at lower FPS it can happen too, so. But now we're all fixed, because the same frame it drops the resources, it'll go invisible, and so it won't drop anything else. So yeah. We should be fine now. Yeah, before this was dropping a bunch of things. Because yeah, it's just because of how the process and physics frames are different. The process frame is always linked to your refresh rate, your FPS, but the physics frame is like a lot of the times longer. So what can happen is that you call the on hit thing multiple times here before this finally gets rid of its collision box, and that's why it would spawn in multiple things. But now basically it'll just set the collision thing invisible here, and it won't matter for all these ones. So we essentially do the check on the process side of things. So yeah, we're fine now. This does need to be fixed because sometimes it can happen in very weird cases, even if you're playing at a normal mining speed. So try playing at low FPS to see the mining speed. Yeah, it's just because it is limited by your frames. Because if you're at like 8, it'll only do 1 mining tick every frame, I guess is how I would call it. Because, yeah, it'll just, it'll take longer. Wait, did that just spawn in 2 resources? Did you guys see 2 resources spawn, or am I just crazy? I'm pretty sure I'm crazy. Crazy. The way to fix this would just be to, I guess, multiply your strength hit, like the number or the damage that you do, by delta. So thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. So you could basically check if you're at a really low FPS and your mining timer is smaller than what your delta time is. You can get that difference and multiply by the number of hits, I guess. Or I guess just if your mining speed is at 0, it just does a lot of hits or something. I don't know. I have to think about that. Put me in a room, a rubber room. A room filled with rats. See, it's really slow if we go down to like 2 FPS. Because it can only do 2 hits every frame. See. Or 1 hit every 2 frames, I mean. So yeah. Back up to normal. But for most normal cases, even if you're just on 60 FPS, it's still pretty much instant. You know. So, I don't know. It's... Hopefully nobody ever runs at that low of an FPS anyways. Right. Delta divided by mining speed, and then check if mining speed is 0. Yeah, I could just do that. Yeah, but I wonder, it might complicate things if I ever add in a research for mining power instead of just speed. I think I do call it mining power and or no, I call it, yeah, mining laser power. But I don't know. Let's complete the tutorial, guys. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a big deal. I think it's better to focus my efforts on making the game never run at 8 FPS than to make things stable at 8 FPS. So. Oh, we add a command that fills/places the blocks in the range selected by the player. Basically, just the fill block command in Minecraft, yeah. Well, we don't really have, like, blocks, right? I presume you're talking about, like, the land tiles. I do want to add in a way to be able to do that, to change those. The thing is that we don't have any kind of system to save and load those tiles whenever we do that yet. And so that's why I haven't implemented a command. We have to make sure that that works normally, and then once we have the system set up for that, I can add in a command to change the floor tiles like that, so that's probably what we're gonna do. There is a command called create, which kind of does that, where you can say, like, create res scene skateboard, you know. What? Skateboard does not require power. Hold up. That might be an issue. Add group buildable. If building data have power status. If it's in group power, call the Tesla coil check. Where do I call that? It's a tooltip thing. Right here. Oh, whoops. So if building data Building power status is not equal to 0. That's a fixed issue. Or non-power using buildings would cause the power tooltip to play. Whoopsies. Tooltips don't translate. Yeah, was it you that said that? I think so. I don't know why they don't. Because I'm pretty sure we have the tooltips sheets for that. Gotta have a million things open. Oh, it's not you? Okay. Yeah, because we have the tooltips all in here translated. I think it might be because maybe I don't have it set to keys yet. It's probably what it is. I thought I did, though. It'd be weird if I didn't. Let me go check. To skateboarding electricity. If it was an electric skateboard, then yeah. That'd be in the player, I believe, and then it's gonna be down in the canvas. Inside of tutorial. Oh. So they should just have a list of the keys in here. Key mining, key building. It looks like I do. Huh. Wait a minute. No, I definitely do not. So let's fix this. We're gonna say var messages. We don't really need that. I have to figure out how to do this in a better way. I am thinking about changing the whole tooltip system, though. Anyways, so... what languages can your game be translated into? Pretty much... Well, I mean, theoretically, it can be any language in the world. We do have quite a few languages already, which is great. We don't have any of these translated. Same for Japanese or Korean or Italian. None of those are translated. But yeah, we have a whole bunch. English, Brazilian, Portuguese, Spanish, German, Polish. Is that Dutch? NL? I think so. Then PT is Portuguese, Filipino, Simplified Chinese, Japanese, Korean, French, Italian, Danish, Russian, Turkish, Latvian, and then EDK is Adagon's custom language. So it's not a real language. Same with the meme and medieval languages. So, but yeah, whole bunch. And yeah, we just do all of it, volunteer stuff in a big Google Sheet. So it seems to work most of the time. I guess I'm not translating any of these tooltips, which seems stupid. I don't know why I'm not. Yeah, I just have this as a... Screw it, we'll just move these up here. Yeah, I don't know how I screwed that up, I'm not gonna lie. And then the basics. We'll just move this back. So we're just gonna have key... Key tutorial Mindstone. Key tutorial Mindstone. Key tutorial build furnace. Oops. We have key tutorial basics complete. So Mindstone, build furnace, basics complete. And then let's change that to var tooltips. So this is the dictionary of all of them. That'll be var basics. So power, we don't really need that anymore. Yeah, we don't need to have this because we'll just put in the key, whatever it is. And honestly, it's kind of the same thing with the basics, although I guess that makes more sense. All right, so what is this getting? This is text node append text tooltips current tooltips. We'll just say append text tooltips. All right, hopefully that'll fix things. Current tooltip. So we're just gonna pass in current tooltip for this stuff. So when we have that one function, it's play tooltip. I don't know why we have type. I'm gonna change that to key. Yeah. Start tutorial. Okay, that stuff should be fixed now. Now we don't need all this garbage in here. We don't need these messages. So I'll get rid of all those. And we don't need tooltip, power, or food. Okay. Lines are highlighted in red. Could it mean that you have this project on GitHub? This is on Google Sheets. So whenever we have translators come in here to help, I just share the sheet and I give access to a Google account basically on here. So it's a pretty easy way of doing it. I've thought about doing it on GitHub, but I don't know. I think practically everybody on Earth has a Google account, but not everybody has a GitHub account, and that's why I think we do it here. And they're just mistakes. These are I just color in the red ones for empty cells. So in the conditional formatting, I just say if the cell is empty, make it red. That way, just when translators come in here to translate, they can just quickly see like, oh yeah, that's the key missing here, right? I don't know why these ones are red. That's not right. Sometimes these have like multiple conditions. It's really weird. Why are these ones red? It might be because they were set red before the conditional formatting. Sometimes that happens in here. I can just say, not on the text. Where do I do that at? It's like the background color. There we go. Yeah, if you guys ever see that happen, let me know. Looks like we're missing Moonshroom Spore. Yeah. 52K BPB, let's go. Nice, congrats. So let me make sure for the basics that it does it right. Keep building, keep money, keep building. Ooh, I don't know if that'll work. May have been the reason why I didn't use the keys before. I'll have to figure that out. Well, let's see what it looks like in game now if I start up a new world with tooltips on. Just says key tutorial Mindstone. It's because I'm appending center. That's kind of a problem, isn't it? I'll just go ahead and append the translated text and then I can swap it out. That should work. I think that'll fix our issues. Because then it is the actual translated string that's being used. So yeah. I think GitHub will be more useful for you than for us. I mean, honestly, I want it to be as easy for translators as possible, right? It's really easy for me to do it from sheets. I just have a combined sheet over here, and all I do is I just file, download as a CSV, and I import it into the project. So it's really easy to update the sheets. GitHub, I guess, could be convenient for automatically updating sheets, but I don't know. Okay, let's try this. Because when a player clicks on quit, the system there 2 floors automatically deleted. Probably not a good idea to do that, I would imagine. So why is this not working? Key tutorial mine stone. Because it should translate that. So we start with key tutorial mine stone. And on start, this is where we do it. So we're going to append center and then the translated current tooltip. So I don't know why that wouldn't work. Let's restart the game. I talked about GitHub, I didn't mean the game translation, I mean the code. Yeah, I definitely have the code up on GitHub. In a private repository, that would be bad if I didn't. Okay. Let's try this. Why is it still not translating? I'm not really sure what's going on here. Unless I don't have those translations in the CSV. Let me make sure I do. I do. They're down here. So why would they not be translating? Key tutorial underscore mine underscore stone. Key tutorial underscore mine underscore stone. I'm just gonna mine the stone and see if that changes anything. Like if the next one translates properly? I don't know. No, it doesn't. It's so weird that it does that. Current tooltip. I guess when I do play tooltip, I'm just gonna say completed tooltips has. This is gonna screw things up, isn't it? Because our list of completed tooltips will have, yeah, I guess it's time to redo our tooltip system. That's fine. Ugh. Wonder if I could add in dynamic tooltips or something that's a little bit smarter, like a moddable tooltip system. So maybe I attach a resource script that runs in a process event checking for a certain condition if something happens. So then we would have a data table for tooltips and you could add on your own tooltips and stuff like that. I have no idea why this is not translating the tooltip. TR should translate it. So I don't know what's going on here. I'm gonna print out what key is to make sure it's not like weird. I mean, there's nothing wrong with these here. Tutorial dungeon. Make sure I'm not misspelling it. So, what? It didn't print out key tutorial. I guess it's because this is a different spot. We need to do it down in here. But it is down in here. So I'm not sure what the issue is. Very weird. I don't know what's up here. Why is it not translating? Let's start tutorial. So we're going to say play box open. So box open, it's just going to open it. And then, let's see if tutorial. Just having a hard time trying to figure out what's going on here. So if we did the tutorial, if we just played box open right here, open.play, textnode.clear, if current tooltip, textnode.append center, we're going to print out whatever the current tooltip is. I don't know why this isn't updating. It's kind of odd. I'm going to save and reopen, I guess. There's definitely something going on here. Does it work now? It's not printing anything. Is it just because translating that is nothing? And so it doesn't print? I don't know, I'm confused now. Why is it not printing? Am I stupid? Why doesn't it print? Global tutorial's on. I'm confused. Yeah, TerraTech, what about it? I definitely know my TerraTech. That's so weird. So current tooltip is just nothing. So it is broken. Okay, so when we do play tooltip and the key, we pass the current tooltip in as the key. I think it's because we have to say, I think that's our issue. Basics at index. And then otherwise down here when it's just a normal one. Right, this is if global.tutorial. Actually, we do that up in here and add key or play tooltip. We say current tooltip is that. Now, where do we actually set the text and stuff, though? Because this is just if global tutorial. Or yeah, if global tutorial, that's if for any tutorial. So we don't want to say basics here. Oh, it says right here, if our text is... Oh, so if basic tooltip, or if current tooltip, then we're just going to translate current tooltip. That's why I wasn't playing. Oh, it's free on Epic Games, really? Till tomorrow, that's cool. Yeah, I kind of want to play the new one, TerraTech Worlds. I mean, it looks interesting, but also apparently there's like some things about it that really sucks. So, I don't know. I may hold off until it's had some more time to develop. So, okay. I'm starting to get confused on why this. So, this is going to append the translated current tooltip. Then this is going to append... It's because we have to translate basics index. I think that's our issue. I'm going to check once more on this and make sure we're good. Should translate now. There we go. Okay, yeah. Let's try a different language. Let's go Brazilian Portuguese. And start a new game. There we go. Now it actually shows the stuff properly. Alright, that has been fixed. Thanks for letting me know, because that is an important thing. You definitely have to know, like, what language, or, like, what it's saying, right? If you're in different languages. So, it doesn't retranslate if you get out of it and change the language, but it's fine. Go to developer. Oh, thank you, thank you. Today I tried to make a Telegram bot, and for this I needed Python. Now I see the GDScript is very similar to Python. Yeah, it's very, very similar. I think GDScript is just based off of Python. Don't know if this is right. I feel like at one point, really early in Godot's development, I'm pretty sure Python was the language. And then they decided to eventually start making GDScript based off of Python. But yeah, it's almost really close to almost being the exact same thing. I'd say the only difference is just some minor syntax stuff. And obviously the different functions and stuff are quite different, but that's pretty much it. Otherwise, it's very similar. And yeah, Python I don't think has like signals and stuff. That's a Godot exclusive. So there are some things like that that's like exclusive to GDScript that Python just doesn't have normally. But yeah. I think if you know Python really well, it wouldn't be very hard to learn GDScript. So. Very cool. Then I want to check all the different, you know, things up here. So let's switch back to Brazilian Portuguese. And let's go ahead and mine our stone. We are... Yeah, so that works. Press B to access the furnace menu. Great job! There we go. Hey, HTKH, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? Let me give you a shout out. There you are. Welcome in! We are currently working on Starground. I just fixed a translation issue with the tutorial tooltips up there. But yeah, what were you up to today on your stream? Feel free to drop any links or anything like that if you've got a game or project you're working on. But yeah, this is Starground. Mainly I'm just kind of working on bug fix stuff right now. Yeah, this game's up on Steam right now. It's in early access. So really right now I'm just kind of in the point of like pumping out content updates, kind of get it ready for full release, and then yeah, eventually I'll move on to the next project. But yeah, it's going good. I'm kind of just, yeah, going through a whole bunch of things. We changed some resource generation stuff recently, to make that a little more stable. I need to put this bug fix down now. Fix an issue where tutorial tooltips are not translated. But yeah, just kind of working away at some issues people have been having. We did like a massive big change to all the resource generation stuff, so now instead the resources will spawn in a grid with kind of random offsets. And I think it looks pretty natural, but what it does do is it makes sure that the distribution of these resources are really consistent, so that you don't end up with like regions where you can't mine them. Yeah, I should have started what Starground is. So yeah, Starground's basically it's a combo of automation and dungeoning. I'll go to a save that I have and show some things off. Can't leave Starground. I'm not really gonna leave Starground. I mean, it'll get to a spot where it's at a stable state, where we don't really have any new bugs popping up very fast. You know, I'm sure I'll do the occasional content update, but you know, games eventually start to hit a spot where they just don't make enough money, so. Let people pick their resource density? Yeah, I might make that an option. Although, my only worry, though, is that people might pump up the resource density and world size like really high, and then complain that their game is laggy because they spawned in 500,000 resource nodes. You know? So, if I do add an option like that, I'm probably going to have a warning on the main screen. And we'd have to get that translated to every language so that people know. But yeah. Yeah, this is the automation side of things. Here you can mine resources with these collector machines, craft and process them in all sorts of other gizmos and gadgets. And yeah, that's what Starground's all about. And then you can go into these dungeons here and battle enemies. I'm not gonna do that right now because it's a whole time-consuming process, but yeah. So, Joe, what's up? Welcome in. Yeah, I mean, I could probably limit it to something reasonable. I don't know. It's hard to say. Maybe we'll have like a secret menu for like advanced settings to really change like some and fine-tune things. I just have the comfortable default setup for most people. That would probably work pretty well. Because I'm sure a lot of you would appreciate more world customization when it comes to stuff like that. You know, like resource generation and all that stuff. Definitely do have settings for all the landmass stuff, so. I mean, that's always good. I mean, maybe we even have, like, settings for each resource or something. I don't know, that might be too hard. But yeah. I'm just starting to learn Godot myself, and it's funny, I spent a lot of time in C back in the day, but I've used Python more recently, yeah. Should probably stick with the GD script, I think. Yeah, GD script I've really had a good experience with. A lot of people hate on GD script because it's not a blazing ultra-fast language or whatever, but honestly, I think it's fine. If most of the time, if I ever have performance issues with GD script, it's just because I was stupid and I programmed something that was slow. It's not necessarily the language's fault most of the time, so. Yeah, and you know, you can use C# with Godot. A lot of people do that, and that's totally fine. I didn't end up doing that just because I wanted to learn the native GD script language. And although I haven't done like a whole bunch of Python, it just felt easier for me to learn than C# stuff was, so. Just have a default value of it, and people have to unlock it by agreeing to the terms of modifying the resource density. Yeah. Yeah, I see production multiplier. Well, that stuff would be nice. I would like to do stuff like that. That may be a little bit more difficult, just because I'd have to integrate that check into every single building in the game that uses SE, right? So, might be a little tricky. I don't know. I have to think about how to integrate that properly. What I could probably do is every time you place down a machine, we have a value that's like the set consumption value. So I could have in the ready event of buildable objects to multiply that by the SE multiplier. So might also be kind of interesting to add stuff like that. So if you guys find a configuration of options that you think is the most fun, I could maybe make that the new default. Just to make things as fun and balanced as possible for new people. So, I don't know. I'll definitely think about that. I'll put it down on the list of things. Customization for SE multiplier and resource density. Yeah, damage multiplier. Would that be just for players or for enemies? I should play Phasmophobia sometime. It's a funny game. I don't know. I know it's a horror game. I've played Phasmophobia plenty of times. Yeah, I've heard that there's a lot of new things that I just haven't checked out yet, so I wouldn't be opposed. World speed? What would world speed be? You know? Would that just modify everything? Like the speed of crafters and the speed of collectors and bees and resource spawning, and that might start to get really laggy. Yeah. Because my only issue with that stuff is, if you change the world speed, it will cause issues with checks, because you're always going to be limited by your FPS, because if your FPS drops too low, things can only update so fast. So that might be difficult. That's something I would have to think about. That may be less likely to happen, because that would be a whole thing. Always welcome to mod it, but that would be a terrible mod to make, just from a sheer creation standpoint. But yeah, up to you. You can get like a double bounce on this if you go. You have to be moving at the right speed. So hey, HTK, thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Yeah, in Rubber Ducks recently, it's just sort of a funny joke thing, you know? They're not a serious thing or anything, but you can pop them. I need to change the color of their effects when you pop them, but we'll get to that eventually. Oh, I right-clicked and destroyed it. I'm stupid. Oh, that's funny. Because when you right-click to cancel, I might need to fix that. By the way, make an efficient thing where you replace all your conveyors with movers. You can go mover, conveyor, mover, conveyor. Well, it might not actually be efficient, though, because if you think about it in terms of resource cost. I mean, let's see here. The V2 conveyor uses 2 iron and 1 copper, whereas the regular mover just uses 3 iron. So I guess you could just do a big stack of movers if you wanted. The downside, of course, with that, though, is you can't, like, do that. You can't actually take the items out of the movers. So, you know, there's pros and cons. That's why conveyors still have their place. But yeah, you could technically do that. Chest. You could do chest mover, yeah. But chests take a lot of resources, so it's probably not worth it at that point. Just use a conveyor. But yeah. Goes the same speed when you go conveyor, mover, conveyor, mover. Oh yeah, because it instantly grabs the item from the conveyor. Let me check. Oh wait, I'm stupid. Let's drop our copper ore. So could you just do a V1 conveyor like that? Let's see. / give wood. Just curious to see how this works out. So if we had that set up, that does not go the same speed. Because it's always going to be capped by the speed of the conveyor. You definitely would have to do full mover setup for maximum speed. So, yeah, I mean, the reason why I've kept this in is just for specific circumstances when maybe you do need ultra fast speed. So, this isn't really practical for most people in most circumstances. Because if you ever want to, I mean, you could build a chest and do some crazy monstrosity setup, but it would be very expensive and difficult to manage. So, you know, there's pros and cons. It's way easier to just plop down a bunch of conveyors and then do that, you know, instead of having to, like, break your mover and then put down a chest and then replace this, and, you know, it's a whole thing. You're onto something, yeah. It might just seem like it is with the V2 conveyor, just because it's so much faster. But also, something I'm probably going to be doing pretty soon is adding a V3 conveyor. Just so that these move at the same rate as the conveyor. So, how do you have the NAI thing? I pick it up, crash in my game. What NAI thing? Like, how did you get it? Like, where is the NAI thing from? Is it from like a super old save? Because that's probably what it is. Very old saves before we had the ID system. They have like a tag inside that says that's a name instead of ID. And so it probably crashes when the game tries to access its ID when it doesn't have one, is my assumption. But I don't know if that's the case. We were experimenting a while ago, yeah. It's really easy to get an NAI item. Actually, it's not so easy anymore because I fixed it. But if you say like give blah, 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 99, it'll fail now. So you can't actually give yourself NAI items anymore. NAI items really should not show up. You know. They're not supposed to be here. So. But yeah. That's why I'm always trying to avoid people from... Make it so people don't ever get them. Because you're not supposed to. Also, Oshik, you mentioned having a description for it. That's honestly not a bad idea. If we go to our items table. And then go to our NAI. You probably shouldn't have this. Yeah. Key description NAI. Yeah, let's go back to our translation sheet. I didn't translate this in Chinese. Oh god. Almost screwed everything. Okay. So let's just go up to our item stuff. So these are all the items that have descriptions. Let's insert one row above. Key description NAI. You know, it's actually really easy to get an NAI item if you just make a mod for it. So. Alright. And let me drag the Chinese translation down. Again, hate that I have to use Google Translate, but it is better than having no translation. Because the Chinese people are very particular, I've always just noticed. You know, like whenever there's any kind of issue with translation stuff for Chinese, they get very angry. So I think it's better to have everything in Chinese translated, even if it's not perfect. So this is going to translate from B11. Yeah. I believe that's correct. Yeah. Making backups to your world and using experimental features? Ah, yeah. You're such a fast translator. I do appreciate it. Thank you for doing such a great job, Zen. Yeah, we do have some gaps on some of this stuff. Yeah, some of these have really big gaps. Why is this one so enormous? Can I shrink this one? Oh, whoops. There we go. It was huge, dude. Alright. You can also do some translation. Yeah, I mean, what language would you want to translate? It has to be. You have to know the language. Like you have to be preferably a native speaker or fluent in the language. Like even though I know some Spanish, I'm not going to do any Spanish translations because I'm sure there's nuances I don't understand. But yeah, I mean, if you either really know a language super well or have like a degree in a language or something, or you just know the language, then you're welcome to. Forgot to say it. Well, that's kind of the issue is I would imagine we don't want to forget what the right word is because people will be confused. But that's it. That's all you know. That's the name. Scratchy. I don't know what that is. I mean, it must be. It almost seems like Dutch or Danish or something like that. I could open Chrome. Oh my god. Neuropathy? It doesn't even show up in Google, so I don't know what that is. Send you something over Discord? Alrighty. I'm gonna freaking kill this. No, I won't kill him. Now you guys can have little friends, you know, in your world. You can have your little rubber duckies. Yeah, what were some of the other translation issues? I know, there were a couple messages left in here, I thought. No, there aren't. Where were those left? I think it was all just in the translation chat. Okay, yeah, that was fixed. Yeah, all the other stuff should be okay then. If there's still stuff that's not translating, definitely let me know. So we got a message in general. Maybe you should go in gaming chat. Oh yeah, there's a gaming chat. Let's see who you sent over. It's a Discord server? What language is this? New Scratch. Translate. Failed. Bulgarian? Is that what it is? That means failed in Bulgarian. But also that's in like an Latinified alphabet of Bulgarian, so we can't do that. It has to be in the native. It's not failed? Okay, well I don't know what it means then. Yeah, it has to be in the native alphabet. It's not Latin? Okay. Well, yeah. Let's see. I have no idea what language that is, yeah. Is that a real language, or is it like a artificial language? Like, obviously all languages are artificial, but es muerto, that's Spanish. Okay. Newspeak was the official language of Oceania and had been advised to meet the analogical means of being sock. Interesting. Is it Newspeak? To limit a person's ability for critical thinking. personal identity, self-expression, free will. That seems like a bad language. Thought control. Huh. Welcome back, Oshik. I don't know. We're talking about languages stuff, I guess. But yeah. Next thing up, I think, is let's look at our list. I would like to do these options, but I have to think about that. How I'm gonna do it. Okay, one thing I do want to do is do message history for chat. Because one thing I find annoying is that I'll do give and I want to give myself more or change the amount or something. So instead of having to write it out again, I would love to be able to just hit up on the my arrow keys and select my last message. So I'll probably add an option for that. So I'm just going to go into the input map and say select last message. Well, bam. And it's going to be up on the arrow key. Hopefully that should be okay. And I'll probably add a keybind, I guess, for that too, which I guess if we're going to do it, then into translations. And I'll add a comment to this just to avoid any confusion. And we're selecting the last typed message in the chat. All right. Wait, I forgot to move the conditional formatting. There we go. Hey Ryan, what's up? How's it going? Okay, let's save that. So NAI should have a description now. So yeah, if I hold it in my hand, you'll see it's let me go find where I put it. I think it was over here somewhere. There it is. Oh, I have to restart my game though. What is this? This is map of 3. I believe it is. Yeah, it is. Okay. So let's go into the chat. What we're going to have to do now is keep a history of all the things that we've said in chat. So in the chat box, we'll go into here, into line edit. So I'll say bar history. Is an empty array. And how big do we want the history to be? Var history cap will be like the last 20 messages or something for now. I just don't want this array to get too big and lag the game. So now we can say all this stuff here. So process, controller's not active, if has focus. Yeah, so let's see here. 10 commandments. Yeah. So if has focus. So this is for the process and the player. So inactivity time is that. Should be fine to do it here. So I can say if input.is action just pressed. Select last message. Then I'm going to go ahead and just say history dot pop front. So that'll take it off the first array. Returns null if the array is empty without generating an error. So I'm going to say var last is equal to that. if last exists, then I'm going to say line edit text is equal to last. So hopefully we should be good. Mark, welcome back. I am currently setting up chat message history, so when you press the up arrow, it's kind of like in Minecraft where you can go through the previous messages that you sent. So if you're running like a command a bunch of times, it's just easier. I'm playing the demo, but if I consider buying the game, will my save transfer over from... It's a good question, because I've made a lot of changes since the demo. I think technically it should, yeah. As far as I know. One day I'll update the demo, so that won't be an issue anymore, but I think it should work. Who, said that? Because I presume it wasn't you. Or was it you? Was that on the Steam forums or something? Or in Discord? Oh, it is in Discord. I can reply to this person. A demo save should be able to transfer over just fine. The only difference is the world generation stuff. Demo save should be able to transfer over. However, there are some differences to keep in mind, because the demo doesn't have procedural terrain. Procedural terrain, so some buildings might be floating out in the water on transfer. Some buildings might be floating out in the water on transfer. There could also be some other minor changes, like items moving around that could be annoying to fix. Difference between the two is quite large, so I would definitely recommending starting a new save if you're considering buying the full game. You can still get the floating buildings by boat and mining laser. Yeah, that's true. He could get rid of them. But if you want to keep your old save, well, yeah, it's fine. He knows. Okay. I know what you're not going to add for sure. These are command blocks, but I'm very interested how they would look in game. Yeah, command blocks. I don't know. Command blocks. I wouldn't be entirely opposed to adding something like a command block. Because, I mean, now that we have the command system, you could just enter in the command and the position of where it's ran. So it wouldn't actually be that hard to do it. There would just be some commands that you wouldn't be able to use for that. So, like, obviously the mining speed one and stuff, like, but yeah. Please think over me being a translator, because I found myself with a lot of free time. I'll definitely let you know, if you can tell me what language that is. But yeah, let me know. I'll think about it. But thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Okay, so text will be last. Let's see. I guess I don't really want to pop the front because it would delete the thing in there. So I'm just going to say var history index. It's going to be 0 by default. I guess I also need to add a key to move back down. Well, I guess we don't need to translate it then. It'll probably just be a keyboard thing that you can't change. Yeah. I guess I could just call it select next message. It's kind of confusing for what that means, but... But maybe I could have a little description for what it means or something. So yeah, we'll add select next message to the translation sheet. I don't know if I'll necessarily use them. We'll wait and see. But what's going on here? Conditional formatting. Oh, it's already open. I was like, okay. What are my thoughts on inverted BLT? I think that's a terrible idea. The whole benefit of a BLT is that the goop and the wet stuff is on the inside. So that would just be a bad combo, because it would be the bacon, lettuce, and tomato all on the outside, and your hands are just going to get all wet, and the bread is going to get all wet. That's a bad idea. Terrible idea. And the big issue I see is trying to pick up the sandwich. Okay, so like, if you have the bread in the center, your bacon and all your lettuce and tomato is just going to be sitting on the bottom of your plate. And so every time you pick it up, all the stuff is going to fall off your sandwich. You're going to have to like scoop it up and like hold it like this. And and it's the same exact issue with an inverted burrito. It'll basically just be a rolled up burrito tortilla, and then it's going to be filled with stuff on the outside of it all around. It's just going to be the same issue. I think the whole point of our devices like this, bread, you know, and tortillas, is to keep the goop contained inside. They're vessels, right? So I think inverting that completely ruins everything. It completely ruins the entire purpose of bread. Yeah. That's my opinion. So that's on text submitted. Let's see, on text submitted or focus exited. I'm gonna go ahead and say history index is back to 0. And on here, history index is back to 0. So if we press select last message or select next message, I'm going to say new message. Let's just do this. So if we've selected either of those, will just be best to do it like this. So that's going to be history at index, history index. So history index plus equals 1. And here it'll be history index minus equals 1. So every time we submit a message, I'm also going to go ahead and say history dot push back new text. So if we select the last message, it'll show our last one, that one. So we have to check that this index is okay. So we have to say if history index is greater than 0 or greater than or equal to 0 and history index is less than history.size. Then same with here. And then we're going to go ahead and say that, and then do that. I'm just going to say text is equal to that. Hopefully that'll work. So now back here, what I'm also going to do is, so we're going to push back our new text, and we're going to say if, let's see, if we push back though, that's going to be, our oldest message will be the first index. We want the last. Can we do push front? Oh, we can. Then we're going to say if history.size is greater than 20, then history.resize. Or we'll just say remove at 0. No, remove at history.size minus 1. Alright, this will be funky. I don't know if it'll work. Hopefully it does. Let's try it out. With the cheese on the edges. Man. Let's see. Inverted pizza. So you're saying bread in the center, crust in the center, and then... See, but that's the thing again. The crust for pizza, you got a handle. This is your handle for grabbing the pizza. And so you don't get your hands covered in grease and cheese. It's the exact same problem with these two inverted ones. It's because you're... Like, if you had it where the crust was in the center, and then you had the pizza on the outside, it would just ruin the point again. You know, it'd be like this. It would just ruin it, because then you have to grab all the cheese and stuff. I don't think inverted food works. I mean, yeah, you could lick your fingers after, but that's kind of gross, you know? Why not just eat it the intended method? I mean, technically you could still grab it by the crust, but the thing is that the crust will be really tiny because your pizza will be like this. That's what your pizza will look like. So you're gonna grab it by the crust like this. This is a side view, and then your pizza's gonna flop down because all the weight down here, and it's gonna fall off. Yeah, I know, I get it. It would just be a bad idea because the weight distribution is a problem. See, pizza is great because it's structurally sound, right? So you have the most of the weight is closer to your grip. The center of mass of pizza is like here. And so what you get with a regular pizza is a profile like this, where like your pizza kind of structurally supports itself. But if you have the crust and then the thin part here and the big part, it's just going to drop down immediately like that and be hard to eat, or it's just going to snap right here. So yeah, it won't work. All right, so if I say hello, yeah, now I can do down arrow and it does my old message. I can't remember if it's up or down for this. Oh, I also have to check if text is not null. Just have to check that. I kept putting null text back in. I feel like it's opposite of how Minecraft does it, though. In Minecraft, is it the last message that you send is up? I think it is. So let's get rid of down, and this one should be down. I think. What if the entire center is crust with a thin strip of cheese on the outside? That would definitely be interesting. So if the entire thing was... But it would be a gross pizza. Because you would basically just have this setup. With like a thin layer. It'd be like a donut. That or it's just all crust in here. So it would just be like 90% crust and like 10% actual pizza. That would be the worst pizza. If I got that pizza, I would be incredibly angry. Yeah. Finger licking good. Finger licking gross, dude. Okay, it doesn't seem to be working now. Why is that not changing the index? So when we say select last message, we're going to say history index plus equals 1. Oh, but we want it to start at 0. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to set it after, I think is what we want. But it doesn't seem to be adding them all in. Let me print out what history index is. Oops. I've got to fix this issue of it just printing nothing. I'm trying to remember where that was. It was inside of the tooltip thing, I think, is where it's doing that. It's getting annoying. It's in the player. Should have a collector V2, but it's 3x3 and has 4 Bs. I've thought about that. Maybe. I just want there to be a really good reason for it to exist. Why is my position way out here? If we did add a V2 collector, I'd probably want it to, like... Maybe you need it to mine a specific resource or something. Just so it kind of has a use. So I have to think about that. Yeah, maybe it could, like, do multiple things. That's always been my aim for adding in V2 stuff. Is if we add in something that's a V2... I have to make sure that a couple things. I want it to have like a new function. So for example, with the Tesla Coil V2, the difference is that that one can be placed on water. So yes, it has a bigger range, but it has a secondary ability on top of that, if that makes sense. So that's kind of my goal with that. I want V2s to... I mean, the only exception to that is the conveyors and stuff, I will be honest. Those are not, they don't have any other function. What is going on? Select... Hold on. Ooh. Select last message. Yeah, should be up. Let me restart the game. And go back into our chat box. And the other thing too is that I kind of, I don't know, I don't want to make too many things go obsolete. It's different with like conveyors and stuff because sometimes you do want your conveyors to be slower to kind of manage resource flow better. But that's not always the case, right? So okay, let's do that. Let's try this now. It's not always the case for something like just an ultimate mega collector where it's just mines everything better, right? I don't know. It's a tricky thing, right? There's a lot of things that I have to take into account. Why does that go to -1? So when I go up to select the last message, it's going to say history index plus equals 1. Let's see. if... Okay, I need to figure out how to do this. If history index +1 and history index +1, I think that's what I need to do. Oh, it's bugged. I don't know how they subtracted. It's kind of weird. Let me see here. So it's at 0. And if I go up, it should have gone to 1. It's because history index... it's because it's 0. This is the thing that's tricky. Because the size is 1, so if 0 is less than 1... So I guess we'll do this. If history index is equal to 0, then we're just going to go ahead and say text is history index. Else, it'll do that stuff. So let's send a message. Going up doesn't do anything, but I can go down apparently. Doesn't make any sense. Select last message and input map should be up. Which it is. So if +1 is greater than or equal to 0, and +1 is less than history.size. So if size is 2, that's less than that. What is going on? I was going to print it every time I press the message. Let's print it every time after I complete the code. Maybe that'll work. Hear me out, double-sided pizza. That may work better, although the issue that I see with that is like in the creation process. You know what I mean? Because it's like, how do you cook the bottom of the pizza without burning it? Oh, that's what you mean by double-sided. I don't think it enhances the experience, though. Because, I mean, I guess you could grab it from either side. But some of these pieces, like this one, has double crust. The things that make a good pizza, I think, a good yummy slice, first off is structural integrity. You have to make sure that your pizza slice doesn't flop. You want it to have a little bit of flop, but like it has to stay stable. And the other part is you want to minimize crust. Because you want what's good on the pizza, right? So I feel like if you had a double-sided pizza with 2 crusts, I think it would go against this commandment of wanting to minimize crust. So I don't know. That's just what I think. Why is this so broken in here? Ooh, it's stuffed crust. Well, that changes things a little bit, I feel like. Stuffed crust, the difference with stuffed crust is it's kind of, in and of itself, is like an enjoyment. I would eat the crust just for the crust if it was stuffed, you know. So history index is 0. I am very confused why it doesn't... Oh, that's what's going on here. If history size is 0, then just set it to history at 0. Why does down make it go bigger? It doesn't make any sense to me right now. I'm very confused right now, because when I hit down, that should be this one, select next message, which is what I have set in here, down. And then when I do up, it should add to the history index. But it doesn't do it. I think I need to reload the project. Seems like it is not doing something right. Guess I can close this, keep the overlay open. Okay. I'm gonna go crazy, man. I don't know. Just gotta wait for the game to load. Okay. So back into here. This better freaking work or I'm gonna do something bad. I won't. Ah, cursed. Cursed pizza. I'm sorry. Pizza is something sacred, and you have disgraced what I hold holy above all else. Okay, I'm gonna send a bunch of messages. So I've sent 4 messages. So if I go up, it should go up to 1, but it goes to 0. It's backwards. I don't understand what's happening. What's going on? If action just press select last message. Select last message down in here is set to up. Unless I have 2 of them. I'm gonna delete these. I'm gonna redo these. Select next is down. Select last is up. Didn't stop the game. Dude. That makes history index go subtracted. What is going on, brother? Test 1, test 2, test 3. Ah, why is it backwards? What? I am so confused. Do you guys get this? Does this make any sense? Let's uncomment that for a minute. Basically, when I press up on my keyboard, on my arrows, I want it to go up to the last message that I sent. But for some reason, it only does that if I hit the down arrow. It doesn't make any sense. I'm very confused right now. Because I'm saying if action just pressed select last message up physical, then it should add to the history index. But for some reason when I press down it does that, and I don't know what's happening. I'm very confused. It's backwards and I don't get it. I'm gonna retype this. Select last message. Select next message. Okay. And I'm gonna delete these. Gone. I'm gonna save everything. I'm gonna reload the project. Whoa. That's kind of cool. That's pretty cool. What would a 4-dimensional circle look like? One of these? I guess that's what it would be. I have a new pizza idea. Let's see. Let's see, I screwed it up. This is an awesome pizza, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Pizza 2.0. There you go. It's my ball blending. Don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. I might. Yo. Yeah. Sorry, guys. It's just really frustrating me right now because it's like Godot is just stupid. Doesn't know what's going on anymore. All right. I'm just going to start from the beginning. Select next. No. Select last message. Okay? And that's going to be up. Up only. And I won't even run the other one. Okay? This better work. I'm getting angry. I have two moods, yeah. I freaking hate Godot when it sucks and doesn't do what I want. Yeah. I don't know if it's Godot. It could be me, but I don't know what I'm doing wrong, so I'm angry at myself. Alright, let's try this. So first off, we should go to Gufudazd. Don't do this to me right now. I don't understand. I don't understand what's happening. Why? I have select last message. Is my keyboard broken? And it's up. It's up on my arrow keys. Am I stupid? Do I have select last message? Guys, I'm very confused right now. It's still just down. What is wrong with my keyboard? I don't want to have a Markiplier incident right now, guys. Yeah, what's your idea? Whoa, 1D pizza. Yummy. Now we need 2D pizza. Wait. Does that look like 2D pizza? I need to turn down or up my hardness a little bit, yeah. Even more. No, it's up all the way. I guess we'll turn off that. 2D. Pizza. I have to draw whites back in. We know it's no, but real pizza is, you know, 3D. Okay. I am gonna have the biggest rage of a lifetime right now. Is that the issue? I think I know what the issue is. No, I know what the issue is. I'm gonna kill forever, but I know what the issue is. It's the fact that my keybinds are stupid. It saved the keybind that I have set, and it's like, okay, that's the keybind to use then. And so every time I open up the game, even though I changed it in the input map, it's loading my old keybind. God, I feel like an idiot. I've had incidents like this before. Okay. We should be okay now. Ay, ay, ay. All right. Test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. Now if I go up, it does... Yes, it does it. Dude, I am gonna freak so hard. But it's okay. It's fine. I don't have to anymore. So it looks like it's not getting the last message. I can only go up to test 2 for some reason. Let's set these back to being before we set the text. No, 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 no. Okay, so test 4 is at index 0 for some reason. It should be pushing front, so that's wrong. Oh wait, no, it's not wrong. Because test 4 is the last one I sent. So if I go up, it'll be a test. Oh, it starts at test. That's weird. Let's see, how can I do this? Open this, it's immediately doing... Let's see. Because like, okay, if I restart and I click and I press up, it goes to test 3 because it immediately pushes it past. And that's the issue I'm having. Yeah, so now the error is the code. So I need to say the first time I press it, maybe we start history index at -1, right? Every time I set history index, let's set it to -1. So now the first time that I press it, and I go up, it'll go to 4 first. Yeah. I do have to make it so when I change the message or whatever, it changes the history index. So I'll just say, I can say on text changed. Text changed. Go ahead and link it to itself and say history index is equal to -1. And that should be good. So like if I'm typing something out and I press 1. Oh wait, it didn't see. Yeah. Restart the game, that's why it's not working. Hopefully this should be it. Please, please, for the love of God. And yeah, with this, it'll just be nicer for command stuff. Just make your own programming language? No. That would be an actual nightmare. This is not. Test 1, test 2, test 3, test 4. So if I start typing, it goes to test 4, because that was the last thing I sent. Then 3, then 2, then 1. And if I, like, change the text and do it again, it'll go back to test 4. Yeah. So that's what I want. So I can say, like, give wood 99, and it's like, oh, I want more wood, I can do it again. So you can spam messages now. Like that. That's the big thing I wanted. So yeah. Hey, Give Me Crafting, what's up? Welcome. Maybe I also have a number for like the history index, just for fun, so you can see like what command that or what message index it is. Maybe that wouldn't be a bad idea. So yeah, if history size is 1, then just always select 0. Okay. Alrighty, we're almost there. Don't print his. So work. Is this referencing this as a like a child? Let's see. Messages, pause menu. Line edit is right here. That's fine. What I'm thinking of doing is pushing this into another HBox container, where it actually already is. Never mind. So I can just put in a label. A label right here. And it'll say like 1, 2, 3. You know, what message you're on. It'll just help you so it's like a little indicator for where you're at. Let's see, visibility. Set it to something pretty low on the visibility, maybe 100. Yeah. Should it show -1? Like that's how many messages back it was? Probably. And then we'll go ahead and in line edit on process. Whenever history index is changed, I'll just do it in process, honestly. And only if it has focus. So I'll go ahead and say label.text is equal to history index, the string of history index. And so it has to be the history index +1 for it to make sense to people. And we're going to say only if history index is greater than or equal to 0. Else, label.text will be equal to nothing. You are nothing. There we go. So you can see what message it was now. I think it's just a little helpful indicator when you're running through your commands to see what you're at, you know? And then see, as soon as you edit the line, it goes away. So like I could type out a bunch of messages here. Hello there, everybody. That being a freaking message. And then I can like see which ones are which. Yeah. So yeah, the more messages we type out, it looks like it just gets rid of the older ones, which is good. Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. I don't like that using the arrow keys, it moves the position of your cursor. So I would like, I don't know if there's a way to disable that behavior, because it's kind of stupid. Line left, editable, expand text length, context menu, virtual keyboard, shortcut keys, middle mouse, paste, selecting, enable, deselect, unfocus, loss, drag and drop selection, right icon flat, caret, the biddy, the secret. No, I don't think I can change that. It should be totally fine on multiplayer because this is all client-side stuff. All it does is just keep track of the last message that the multiplayer authority sent, right? And so, yeah, it should work just fine. It'll just be the last list of your messages. I'm gonna give this a minimum width. I guess it only does that if... I have to figure out what I want to do for this. Because I could say like minimum width 24, but then it decreases the size of the back button. Right. And that's too big. 24 is too big. Let's say 16. Nah, even less than that. 12? I think it's a 12-point font, so... Oops, I'll play the video back soon. That'll be fine. Because it's at the 20, so if it's 12, then it's... yeah. Could change the scale of the number, just so it's not so tiny. We could say theme, overrides, header medium. Yeah. So now it's a little bit easier to see that number right there. Which I guess it means it's going to need a wider size. Maybe on 16. It's funny, 20 does shift it a little bit, but maybe that's good because it's like the final... no. Let's do 18. So if it's invisible, I don't think the minimum size matters. So we can just say in here, if that, instead of saying that, I'll just say visible is false. And then up here we can say visible is true. And then one thing that I do want to change for this controller button, people have said that it's a little bit too tiny. So fit height proportional? No. Fit width. Let's see if we can just increase its size a tiny bit. Oh, but it increases the size of the message box, so that's weird. How can I change that behavior? Hmm. I guess in the line edit, I could say for layout instead of fill, that could just be shrink end. And then I can increase the size of this. But then it doesn't line up, so that's my only gripe. I feel like I need to modify this image and make it bigger because it's weird how it's very tiny in the center. So I don't know. Maybe that's what I'm going to do. So let's go find the back icon. They're all like that, aren't they? Well, I think this is the only one I use, so... What other back icons are there? Maybe like a different kind of back icon would be better. Like that one. But that looks like a play button. Let me just... Well, I guess that would be more visible. Like that instead. Yeah, backwards YouTube logo. Let's show in File Manager. I just don't like how it's so tiny in the center because it makes it hard to like see this stuff. So I think it would be better if we did a larger button. Because yeah, one person on controller said that it was very difficult to see the buttons at that scale, so I figured, well, let's just make it easier to see then. Okay. So we're gonna have to rebuild it, which is fine. Let's enable that. Bring it out to there. Down to there. Duplicate it. Move it to the right. Was this one on the very edge? It's hard to tell. Let's hide that. Like that. Grab it. Put a big square in. Now we just need the play button. I could do a mask, I think. I'm not sure. I'll have to think about how to do this. Flip it? No. That'll really be a play button. See, so I can do that. Just get it so it's at a nice 45. Where is it at a 45? I guess pretty much right there. Now, how do we mask stuff? I know there's a way to do it. It's like the blend mode. I think you can say overlay or something. It's almost what I want. Do you guys know how? Like glow overlay difference. Maybe that's what I need to do on this layer. I can't see because that one's there. Let's see. These don't do anything. Okay. So I guess it's only on the layer below it. I wish I could invert it. Actually, wait, can't I? Invert alpha. Yes. And then we can color it all white. Or really we'll go to curves plus. We'll up the luminosity all the way. And now we have this little center button. And we're just going to cut it out. and then cut out the center of this button. Heck yeah, brother. Now, we're good. We've recreated the button. Not bad. Only thing I'd do maybe is change just a couple little transparency things. Like make that look a little more rounded like that, and we're good. So let's resave it. I think it'll just help make it look a little bit easier to see. So go from that to... Wait for it. Wait for it. Boom. Increase the size of the back button icon for the chat on controller. Added the ability to go through old chat messages with up and down arrow keys. Added commands, added the TP command, added the no clip command, added the rain command, added the there's a lot of these, kill command, added the give command, added the move speed command, added the mining speed command, added the create command, added the help command. What else have I added? Give, move speed, mining, create, no clip, rain, time. Okay. So if we're on controller, just out of curiosity, I might plug in and see. We're gonna have to restart though. Let's get plugged. I do really like having an Xbox controller for PC development because it makes it so much easier to connect. You just plug it in and it just works. You don't have to do any PlayStation stupid business, so I'm kind of enjoying it. Let's just do a new game. So the back button should look pretty visible, I would say. The big thing they were saying was it was hard to read on tiny screens, like on the Steam Deck. So I imagine the tooltips up there on the top right is probably also hard to see. Maybe I'll add a option for tooltip scale on the right side, on the top right. Because we have minimap size, right? So you can increase that for a controller, just to make it a little bit easier to see. Right, so if you're like on a Steam Deck or something, you can just increase the scale of your minimap so you can read everything. It should probably be the same with the tooltips. I may also start adding in a accessibility tab for the options, because I've started to realize that as we add in more and more options, the general tab is getting a little bit crowded. So I do have to fix this weird scroll business with this. It like doesn't go up to the top. I guess you could do UI scale to increase the scale of that stuff to read it easier, but you see, big UI scales tend to have a lot of issues. The chat starts to like overlay on top of stuff, and it's, yeah. Hello everybody. I'm gonna do the first command. Oops, screenshot saved. I'm gonna do the first command on controller. Slash give. What's space? Triangle. Slash give wood. $99. Let's freaking go. controller support's definitely getting better. It's still not quite there. There's still some things I need to change. This UI scale looks stupid. It probably looks more normal on something like a Steam Deck, but on here it's pretty ugly mode. It doesn't seem like you can actually change it on controller. That's a problem. It does not change on controller. No wonder. Okay. Let's fix that. So UI scale, wherever that is. It's up here at the top. So what do I have for this? On drag ended. But it's not always a drag, so I guess we'll just say... Thank you, thank you. Imagine controlling, I know. Oh. I'm gonna say on value changed. On this script, I mean, this is specifically the UI scale, yeah. If global dot controller active, then we're gonna say get window content scale is equal to the new value. So let's try that. Hopefully that'll fix that issue on controller. Right. We have to restart the game. Can I dehydrate? No. That would be awful, dude. It'd suckle the life force out of me. I just shrivel up. Okay, single player. Let's do a freaking... Oh, well, we can actually just test it in here. We don't have to load a game. There we go. So that's better. I do want to spend some time to look at controller stuff, you know, now that we're in a good time to do that. Now let's go ahead and make this full screen so you can read it easier. So yeah, UI scale is definitely funky, but it does kind of work. I think UI scale 4 seems to look very nice, like things don't usually overlap too bad. I know it does down in the bottom left with the toolbar and stuff. What I might do is make it so that if that does happen, the chat box will just shrink horizontally so it doesn't go underneath your hotbar. That would probably be the best way to do that. So yeah. But this works, so. And yeah, all the menus seem to be okay. Oh, it's funny, it shows the furnace thing. You can select the boat. Can't place it. You can do the precision mode. Precision mode is actually pretty nice, because it does make it way easier to build on controller for like really precise stuff. So. Another one that's crazy. Can we wait for this update? Yeah. What's your favorite thing you're looking forward to? Just command stuff? Go. Waterboard? The waterboard update? The research generation? Yeah. I'll try to get this update up pretty soon. I mean, it's almost ready to go. I'm just going to be kind of spending a little bit of time to, like, you know, mess around and just make sure that everything seems fine. And it's really just minor stuff, like, for example, with the chat, like, being cut off, you know, is one thing. fine. So I'd like to fix that, just minor UI stuff. Maybe the ability to scale up the tooltips, because I could imagine on Steam Deck they're probably very tiny. Ability to scale up tooltips. Fix an issue where UI scale was unchangeable on controller. What else do we need to fix? Let's see if we can fix that business down there. So that's just going to be inside of the player. Might reinvent typing in controllers. Oh yeah, like a Starground mod, or like for your own game. Let's see, bottom bar, wherever that is. Top bar, toolbar. So what we could do is move toolbar and the chat box into one H box. So I'm just going to add another node, really a margin. That's control bar, or not control bar, bottom bar. And then we're going to move chat box and toolbar into there. So bottom bar, we're going to say layout, bottom wide. I mean, moving the selection of joystick is slow. Yeah, I do need to figure out a way to change that, because I mean, yeah, it is pretty annoying. I don't like it. So let's put that into an H box along with the toolbar. So that's shrinking the toolbar. I don't want that to happen. Is that shrinking the toolbar? Or is it just making the... I think it's just not in the center then. So what we need to add is a couple things here. Separator node. Make the visibility invisible. Actually, it needs to be visible so it does spacing, but modulate at 0. And paste a sibling. Layout, theme overrides. So that's going to expand. And let's see, transform, container sizing, expand. Another issue on Discord. All right, cool. I will check that out. So let's see, how am I going to do this? I want this to always stay in the center. So how can we do that? Right? So I don't know what it is. I feel like this got tiny. I think it shrunk. I don't know, did it not? I guess it didn't. Seems shrunk. Like if I load into another save. Center container maybe could work? I have to think about that. Oh, I know what to do. I think it'll be okay. Let's see. Because, like, where's that? That's right above. Here, for some reason, now it's way up here. I definitely think it got tinier. Oops, I'm using my controller. But how did that happen? This H-box got too big. It's like it expanded. The vertical is set to fill. We need to do shrink end. There we go. Okay. So here's what I think could work. If I set this separator, delete that, and I set everything to fill. So chat box, layout, container sizing is on expand. Toolbar layout, horizontals on expand, and v-separators on expand. So I'm going to set the stretch ratio of the toolbar to 2 or something like that. And then it should mean that the chat box, I'm going to change the minimum size. Really, it doesn't need much of a minimum size. Could set that to like that. So here's the idea. So we got that. It's all set to expand. So the stretch ratio of this, so I'm just going to set that to 1. So this should be in the center now because the chat box and the v-separator will have the same size. Right? So if this randomly expanded or shrunk, it should be okay. And also, like, if we check in the transform of this just to confirm. So the size of this is 374. This one is 374. So yeah. Now, with this new system, the chat box will shrink, hopefully, if the hotbar gets too big. Because you don't need to see this that bad. Like this, I don't want overlapping because it gets weird and ugly. But the chat box, it's okay if it shrinks a little bit. Now, one issue that's going to be a big old deal with this is all of our code. Like this. So now what we're going to have to say on that one is we got to go up 1, 1, and 1. I know this is why you say signal up or whatever and reference down, but you know, it's okay. In line edit, that stays the same. I don't think there's really much that has to change here, fortunately. I think the toolbar stuff definitely will need to change. Yeah. But now instead of stupid stuff like this, like player, I can just say, let's see. That won't work. Actually, no, toolbar. Yeah, this will work. So player is just going to be owner. And item preview is going to be owner.getNode. Canvas, UI inventory, item preview. Okay. And all of this is just referencing children. Yeah. Hopefully we're all good there. Maybe some issues that arise because of this, but we will tackle those as they come. So I think the chat box is all fine. I don't think there's any other code in here that depends on stuff like that. Because really what we're doing is just getting node main with that. Also, we don't have to do that anymore. I'll say main. And that's getting stuff relatively. That's relative. That is kind of annoying, but it's whatever. I can change that to a global variable maybe one day. So, Yakzy, what's up? Yeah, let me go look at the issue you said is on Discord. Yeah, I did notice this change. It wasn't necessarily intentional, but I also thought, maybe it's a good idea. Maybe it, kind of indicates that this thing consumes more obviously instead of, because it might be easy to miss that says consumes instead of generate. But if the difference is that there's a negative sign, it might just be more obvious to people. But I don't know. I know grammatically it might not make sense, but yeah. Do I have a beard? Not like a beard. I just haven't shaved in a while, and so I have like a, what do they call that? A 5 o'clock shadow or whatever. I'll probably shave. Maybe tonight. I don't know. Maybe never. Maybe this is my beard arc. I'm also going to check inside the player script. Or honestly, anywhere where we check chat box. Because I believe there are a couple places where that happens. Yeah, like right here. Stubble, right? Yeah, just stubble. So that's that. Let's do... I'm gonna sneeze again. Ooh, excuse me, man. I don't know what's with me and sneezing these days. I think there might be particulates in the air or something. I don't know. This is grabbing focus. So canvas, top bottom part. Chat box. I know this is kind of a stupid way to do this. I'm aware. I'm well aware, but it's okay. And then the other thing that I need to check is for toolbar. So, oops, toolbar. That, yeah, I know gets referenced a bit for stuff like this. Hotbar quick slot, canvas. Let's see. Bottom bar, toolbar. Wait, no, bottom bar. HBox container. So I'll put that there. Yeah, like all this stuff. So canvas, bottom bar HBox container. 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 Get no, canvas, bottom bar HBox container. Okay. I need to change it so that these static references to things are probably either through like. So hey, thank you for the follow, Nedzone, appreciate it. Maybe so that these things are set up differently, because I know this is stupid. I know, I'm aware. It's ugly and nasty. Hopefully that should be the only times where I reference stuff. And I ran through all the scripts and code through chatbox and toolbar, so I think that's everything. Hopefully. UI scale's all massive. But sometimes I like to forcibly make the UI scale disgusting so that we can make sure everything displays correctly. There we go. See, that just looks so much better in here now. Because now the chat just shrinks a little bit when the UI scale gets too big. Oh, that's something I have to fix, but that's okay. And so in options, when we change this, it should still be okay. Yeah. The chat does get larger, which is fine, I guess. But, yeah. Yeah, obviously we don't. So back into the toolbar. So to fix that, I'm just going to add a thing on here. It's basically going to be the same scale of our thing here, and I'll just attach a script. And I'll just say in function process visible is equal to chatbox dot not visible. That should fix it. Stream. Ooh, it is dying. I don't know why the stream is dying right now, guys. What is going on? I'm not doing anything with my internet, am I? What's downloading? Nothing. Steam downloading? No. God dang it, dude. Why is it dying now? Could be somebody else's computer using all of the internet on our Wi-Fi. Don't think it's Chrome. Could just be another stupid event that happens occasionally, because those do tend to happen. But I'm not going to restart the stream and fix it. God dang it, dude. I was just about to end stream. Well, let's just hope it comes back. Okay, it looks like it's coming back. I think we're okay. It's okay. It's okay. Are we back? I think we're back. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Momentary insanity, I guess. But it looks like we're fine. Nope, it's gone again. God dang it, dude. Maximum UI scale is crazy. Technically it works, but man, it looks bad. But I guess it might be okay on something like the Steam Deck. What's going on with my internet? It's got to be somebody else in the house doing something. Just in case, let's like restart the overlay. In case that's broken. Man. Yeah, that's really frustrating. Okay. Well, I guess this is time to end the stream then. I don't know if anyone can hear me right now. Yeah. Now, let me see what's on controller. Yeah, it looks way better on controller. You can? Okay. Alright. I guess we're fine. That's so annoying that the stream decides to start dying right at the end of the stream. Yeah, I should have just ended a little. There must be like downloading something or OBS is failing me right now, so. But yeah, I fixed the chat box stuff, so I think that's gonna be it then for today. But yeah, if you can hear me, thank you everybody for coming to stream, I appreciate it. Tomorrow I'll be live. I will probably not be live on Wednesday because it's Christmas, so I'm gonna be busy. But yeah, thank you for the follow, Seller Person. I appreciate it. Yeah, this update should be up pretty soon, I would imagine. I just want to run through more things, especially with the controller, and kind of make things just a little bit better overall. I just want to spend time and maybe squeeze in some performance optimization, stuff like that, right? I just want to make things better. Polish. So yeah. But yeah, be here tomorrow, same time. Feel free to buy Starground right now. It is on sale for the Christmas sale, the winter sale. And yeah, feel free to join the Discord. Yeah, I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. Maybe more stream overlay stuff, or I don't know. Who knows? We could do anything tomorrow. Maybe we get started on the major update. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna go pick somebody to raid really quick, and then we're gonna end it off. If I get some time to try it over the holiday week, well, I would appreciate it. Yeah, feel free to. And let me know if you have any, feedback on stuff. I'm always, especially when like other game developers play, that feedback to me is really helpful, because I feel like you guys kind of understand development and stuff like that, right? So, yeah, that would be very always helpful. Scary Pastry. Scary Pastry is playing a game, which, I mean, we could. On over. So. Yeah. Yep, stream end. We have been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes, and the stream is dying, so...
System ID hashmat.
Oh, shut up, Twitch. Occasionally it comes back. Like, I see my internet usage bump back up to 14, and then it drops again. Yeah, I can't keep streaming if the internet's gonna fail on me, so I'm gonna get out of here before it really goes wrong. It's okay, I'll be live. I'll be live again tomorrow, don't worry. 8 hours? I can't. That's too long. I would go crazy. No, raid Basie. Alright, I'm gonna start the raid. Thank you, everybody. And yeah, I can't wait to mess with commands and see what you guys do with commands. And what you mod in for commands, because keep in mind, it is a moddable system, so yeah. I'll add in some more functions into mod API specifically for adding commands. Okay, bye gamers, raiding right now. Bye-bye. Thank you, and thank you to all the raids for everybody. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.